Woohoo! I am so. Can you believe it, guys?
We need to get to the. Almost ready. I'm back, baby. But am I forward? Am I twirling towards the future? Yes. Okay. Now, something I needed to do yesterday. I didn't. I'm a moron. Is move the TV as close as possible. What I will do. I will also, this is important here, pick you up. And we're going on an adventure. Whee! Place you down here. See, I'm learning from yesterday's, not mistakes, but life lessons. Hiya, Bill. So, standard fare as yesterday. I have my alarm set. Last check on my phone to see if I missed anything. Nope. Wait. Baller. I'm missing out on so much fun. And I'm also gaining it before you get all worried. Having a laugh. Okay. So now we see what we see. Add the blue light. Blue light. Ah, the blue light. It's a green light. You see green or blue? Don't start. I'm just asking questions. Don't you like questions? No, no one likes questions. The Easter Bunny isn't real. Move the keyboard here, and the mouse here, and the camera fell to the floor here. So I pick it up here, put it back. I think you get the gist of what I'm going for right here. This is what I'm saying. No more wires, baby. Next year we are going wireless. Well, Monkey will get pissed off. Well, that's just a waste of money. You can just do A, B, C, or D, and he's probably right. Guess what? I do that. No more wires. Fire-free apartment. Ether signals. Far as the eye. The option of what? Oofty. Now. Oh, I put the water bottle back in. Could you believe when I took it out right there was still a hint of warmth in it? Crazy, it's scalding hot now. Oh, hi. I did not see you there. So, just camera. You can see me way better this time around, which is good. I will also change the chat box font so I can see you guys. If you are so inclined throughout the night to partake in revelry, most fine. Hello, hello. Look at you all coming to partake in such wonders. Now, same as last night, should you be so inclined, please donate any number. Will activate the donation noise, which will be slightly changed from a very calm.
The body is round.
Which still probably would wake me up, to be honest with you.
This is a test donation for $49.
And we'll replace it with let's see. Body is round. Don't alert. I've got a lot of random ones. SWA. What's SWA?
He's the shampoo witch!
We're being attacked!
That's for when I get raided on over on Twitch. Don't want alert gift. Body is round 2. Yeah, I think we have a winner. So now if someone donates,
This is a test donation for $58.
fuck me. That's gonna be a scary boy, let me tell you. So that's gonna be our noise for tonight. Now, how tonight is gonna go. Same as yesterday. I will watch some shit. And then I will... Hey, I'll turn the beer off for this part. Oh, I can see the chat. The gist is, we go and watch some shit, and then as I get really tired, we'll start listening to shit. Now, here's the thing about tonight's shit. I'm going to start trying to get at an audiobook. An audiobook I've technically never read. The Wonderful Wizard of Oz, the original Wizard of Oz, will play in the background. Eventually, I might just hit my headphones and turn it off, and at that point, you know that I'm done trying to chill. You could donate at all or not at all. If that's the case, maybe you just want to listen to the book, or maybe you want to let me enjoy a good night's sleep. I had a fine enough sleep yesterday, although I am groggy. The choice is, as always, yours. But, as always, I am going to be a good little shill and remind you that anything given towards me, I'll very much appreciate at the end of the year when I hit up the barrel store. But I've already got the cash I need even before the very generous donations I've received already. This is just going to make me go in there guilt-free. So I don't feel like that 100 could have gone to A or B or C or D. Because you can say that about any amount of money. That's just the truth about anything, right? Eventually, you have to tell yourself that, oh, it's not so bad. Now, as for tomorrow, it's going to be a bit different from the rest of the week, coming and going. I'm going to wake up, same time as probably today, about 7 or so. Probably end the stream before it hits the 12-hour mark. We've just started now, so yeah, that's doable. As always, I do that for the rendering reasons. YouTube does not like videos that go over the 12-hour mark. You can make longer videos, but it's not quick and it's not guaranteed. Now, on top of that, Wednesday, I'm going to go up and get my money and get my government scratch. And buy a few basics. No more pasta. No, not even noodles. I'm done with that shit. Please, no more. I've even got like more pasta in there, so I don't even need it. I'll pick up some butter. I'll pick up some bread. I'll pick up some milk. I'll pick up some cheese. And I'll pick up some ham. And have some toasted ham and cheeses. Toasted ham and cheeses. I'll also pick up a bag of potatoes. And do miss some potatoes. Big bag is a $5, so that's brilliant. I'll also drop off the bottles. I've got a huge bag full of bottles. I need to go up to the bottle bank. It's on the way. The reason I'm telling you all this is because I don't actually know. I think for that I will. Yeah, I'll still be streaming. What I'll do is I will probably be over on Twitch for a little bit. And then you'll see this. Oxycontin ham and cheese. No, I think I'm good for the Oxycontin. Although, give me its financial worth and I'll be okay. So, you'll see this. And then when I come back, I'd have picked up the booze for Wasted Wednesday. Or at least the food for the rest of the week. And then I might go out again later, depending if Shabby's going to show up or not. If he's not going to show up, that's fine. He doesn't have to. But I want to get hammered. So I'm going to head up to the chipper and get me probably either a pizza or a bag of chips and burger. Maybe have a pint while I'm waiting. So I'm going to have to go at least after 5. That's when the pub opens. Then if I've got the drink, I come back here. If not, I pick it up and then come back here. Then finally, we'll get drunk and watch some shit. Whether or not Shabby will be joining us. Whether or not anyone else, by the way, can join as well. I don't mind. If they're on board for it. You just need a mic. You don't even need a cam. Oh, and be on our Discord as well. Oh, and do join our Discord if you are a subscriber of my Twitch channel, because then I can bring you in for the watch party, which we still have to pin down. I saw people sending responses on the room, but I don't know what, I don't know what that's that calculates to. And I still don't know if I'm going to have a guest on or not, which is a bit annoying. So do poke Shabby with a stick whenever you see him live and remind him. Because if he can't make it, he just has to say it, and then boop, I get to drink early. It's a win-win. If you do subscribe over on Twitch, the watch party, when it happens, we will be watching the Guardians of the Galaxy Christmas special. And The Muppets Christmas Carol. Then I'll be back here to do a very drunk Sleepy Boy stream. The light makes your eyes glow and you look blue. Yeah, did you see, is it even 10 o'clock there yet? No, I'm not quite ready to go to bed quite yet, Raisin. I'm just using this as an opportunity to talk to some people, like just to lay out what the next 24 hours is going to be. Hi, by the way. Yeah, I was messing around with the filters just before ending the previous stream, and I love the one filter that you can't really see in the light, because look, the blue light is now green. All blue lights are now green, and it looks like all sort of yellow and green stuff is kind of blue. Also, the light's a lot closer, so you can see my face more defined. So when someone donates, I'm not hitting the donation test again. If you heard, you heard. It's a new one. Well, it's an old one, but anyway, with that said, when we drift off to sleep, I'm going to finally start listening to a book I've never heard of before, and that is Irish Avatar. The Na'vi. Never seen a fat Na'vi. They must exist. It's a think must exist. Now, I haven't seen the sequel yet, have you? Obviously I've been doing this. I haven't really had the luxury to sit down. I can scoot a little closer to the light. The light's just coming from the widescreen. What the hell just something undid? Don't know what that was. Don't freak me out like that. I'm very freaked outable. I don't like that, no. Camera's all over the place now. Wow. Barely even see me even now. Scooty. I already did enough of those jokes on with the Assassin's Creed game. How's this? You can see my face, kinda. Camera. Let's just a camera. One nipple at a time, one nipple at a time, one nipple at a time. Yeah, it sound fine. Put my pants on. I got that song stuck in my head for a while now. I think I could stream it, like I could show you guys it, but it'd probably get a copyright claim. Or at least, like, you know, they'll say that you have to, I'll have the link of it down below. Yeah, so, we'll listen to, as I'm drifting off to sleep, no Mass Effect tonight. Instead, I've never read The Wizard of Oz, the original Wizard of Oz. So here it is. I think it's actually in public domain now. It's over 100 years old. And, yeah. So that's when we're going to sleep, when I'm actually like laying down, closing my eyes. Oh yeah, we should watch this. How to cook and feed over 3,000 Japanese students in one day. I thought this was really cool. Hang on. It's proportional is all wrong. Bad proportions. Bad. Better. Much better. Located near the center of Tokyo. It's to read the subtitles. Very compact city, quiet resident areas surrounded by nature. prominent commercial areas. That'd help me see in the dark. Actually, that was World War II British propaganda. Carrots are not inherent to make any— Shut up. Shut the fuck up and enjoy the moment. Nutritious school lunches. Cooked in a homemade touch, using local ingredients. And giant industrial machinery.
家で使いたいぐらいいいの使ってんなってたまに思います。ここにいいの使ってるから。もう全然違いますね。
Rice directly from farmers. Hey. Temperature according to rice type. Chicken. I should pick up some chicken tomorrow. Oh wait, no, I'm gonna do that on Saturday. After I'm done with the show. Ew. Disinfectant has a weird color to it. That's like the medical disinfectant, isn't it? I know they do garlic up there. I don't know if they do onions. I don't need to buy anything that I don't need until that, when our kids can eat. Okay, so it's all standard stuff. It's just the scale of it is going to be massive. I want to see that big scene with the huge tub, the absolute huge tub. Here it is. What the fuck? Essential to show how to live a healthy life. Okay. Wait. What the hell? Oh. Cool. God, like, really disinfecting them. Holy shit. Oh, of course, it's COVID. It's COVID era. So, yeah. Here we go. Look at the frying the chicken part. Oh my god, giant, all that fried chicken. How many they get per dish? We need it to be nutritious and healthy. Let's deep fry the shit out of that. Here's where they cook the toenails. Size of those bowls. Yeah, doesn't look very appealing. I want all that chicken too. I wanted chicken this time yesterday. You know what? No matter what, I'm also gonna get a bag of. I'm also gonna get some chicken nuggets to go with my meal. No more pasta. Please, noodles or pasta, it doesn't make a difference, just make it stop. I don't care how delicious that'll be with butter. I've eaten so much pasta. Like when I get like 5 packs of of like a spicy sweet and sour sauce, and then I just started adding sauces, more sauces to it. It's a huge broth that then I'm like, throw in anything you want. And it will taste delicious and incredibly salty. You like sodium poisoning? Oh, here's the actual end result. So this is what they get. This is one of their meals. With a little milk jug. Aw. That's a solid meal. That's a ton of pasta, yeah. Okay, so they end up having... The noodles seem fine. Yes. Does look more like pasta than... Yep, the chicken looks good. The spoon looks like a boat oar. It does. Homemade udon. I was so born in the wrong country. Hey, I feel you, honey. Then again, I can't imagine what I'd be like if I was an American. God, I probably would have joined the military. Perfect time for it too. I'm gonna fight for my country. Dead. I'd have been okay if I was born in Canada. I probably would have a higher tolerance for weed. And the cold. But Mexico. I have no idea. I would have, if I'd have been raised in Eastern Europe, I probably wouldn't have been the same person I am right now. I'd also probably be making my homemade booze. Oh yeah, I'd be making my own rot gut. Ugh.
Arms production.
This guy's voice is
or
so
some
nice.
combination of the four. Well, today, at the World of Refreshment, we're gonna see all four of those, displayed in Vault-Tec level of shenanigans. Today, we're going to take a look at the dark secret underneath this theme park attraction.
Someone tell Troy on the Discord that we're watching his Vault-Tec, one of what's his name? Apple dude. Well, we're watching the Vault-Tec, the Nuka World Refreshment video.
A secret that plays into the overall cruel narrative of this whole DLC, which we shall get into in time. A secret involving Nuka-Cola Quantum. I've added in some timestamps so you can skip ahead to said secret if you'd like. However, before all that, let's take a look at the ride here itself. The cheap attempt Nuka World made to cover this dark and twisted heart. As soon as we enter, we are greeted by the sight of three
Quantum
Mirelurk eggs, 2 corpses, naked, and glowing water. None of these are ever a good sign. The naked skeletons with no context is a returning theme here, and given the presence of clothed ones as well, I believe there's a reason. Next, your sight will likely be drawn to the giant phallic bottles, pouring what you would correctly surmise is a radioactive substance onto you. Now, the recorded voice on the telecoms claims this is a river of Nuka-Cola Quantum, but it's just called water in the HUD, and it doesn't seem to provide any of the perks of Nuka-Cola Quantum. So already, we've been fucking lied to. A little further in, we arrive at the next stage of evolution. Common house manager, an animatronic, pantomiming how a moron thinks chemical engineering works. The voice then goes on to say that Brad Burton, founder of the corporation, invented Nuka-Cola back in 2042. This dialogue, along with the remainder of the entrance dialogue, informs us that even pre-war...
Alright, I was watching a video once with Gucci's on stream, and there were these 2 Italian guys in the chat, and they'd never seen Goo before, and they thought she was fucking wild. So one of them, though, lost their absolute shit when she was eating this slice of like very basic looking pizza, very not great at all, and she was like, "That's the worst looking slice of pizza ever made." And I went like, "Oh no, buddy, you have no idea how bad pizza gets over there. Like that's the standard, you know?" And he was like, "No, I've never felt more nationalistic." That's what he said. "This is a hate crime against my people." I really can't. There we go. Now you can see I can see my face, so you can see my face. Kind of. I hope you can, anyway. No backsies. Soon, the whole stream will be nothing but my face.
4. Nuka-Cola was sheer filth. After this, we get to one of the funniest sights here.
America has absolutely amazing food, though.
Died on a river barge ride. The classiest way to spend your last moments. I say believe as their skeletons actually look like they died where they lay, as opposed to the others we find here. I don't think all of the completely exposed ones are victims of the Nugalurks, but the sheer numbers of them, and the odd positions, at least to me, suggests at least some of them.
Alright, top 3 foods you think that no matter where you go in the world, it won't top what you've had in the States.
Could be. It makes sense too, given the extreme numbers.
It can be a food from another country.
Until we rolled in.
But you just think that if
in this wonderful Wild West setup,
it ain't gonna get much better.
Of a great example of Nuka-Cola trying to capitalize on the then currently wartime strife in America. It states that Nuka-Cola Victory was a drink made available out west. This is of course in reference to the lack of victory against the foe in close proximity to their borders at the time, China. Here, we also find our first body of a gunner. They have quite a story in Nuka World, which we shall cover in part in this video. For now, all you need to know is their excursion here has not gone particularly well.
Oh, like the factory farming? A lot of countries do that, a lot of countries don't. It's true. We have some... I am really lucky that I live out here in the Irish countryside because we get it usually directly from the source. Like chickens out in the fields. The sheep, I've shown enough video of the sheep just vibing. Cows on the other side of the river there. A lot of people have pigs, but they don't have that many pigs. It's a small, self-sustaining industry. And it's... There are factories. And there's half and half factories. Like the chicken factory. I think there's like one big, horrible chicken factory in Ireland. And then there's, I think, 2 smaller ones that have, like, they get to go out and about every day. But then they always have to go back inside for, like, a good period of time. But most people, when they want eggs, they'll get it around here. And even the cheap ones will be very, like, there's a good chance that they will be, like, local. The animals would have been taken care of. And as for the farming, we know we do the 4 crop rotation thing. Especially in around about February, this whole town is going to smell like, really, it's going to smell like shit. Literal shit. The manure will be everywhere. The fish, this area used to be very good for fishing, but now it's a kind of a joke. You could still pick up pike, I suppose, if you like pike. Or trout. Trout can be nice. I was hesitant about trout, but they're okay. Oh yeah, we've got a couple of them. Daily Goodness or Daily Greens is one on the quayside there in Carrick. That's where I got my absolutely massive bag of spuds for £9. And I'm getting a slightly smaller bag of spuds for £5 because it's more practical. That bag of spuds, by the way, lasted a week and a half. Actually, 2 weeks. I ate nothing but homemade chips, and I had just gotten the air fryer. And I was just making homemade chips all day long, every day. The only thing adding to it was a little bit of black pepper and occasionally a little bit of sea salt. Sea salt. Fresh eggs are so much better than tasting too. They can. After having yours. Yeah, it's true. You know what they say, once they try your bacon, they're doomed to their own.
Which I believe this fellow.
I'll be showing off the food. I'm gonna pick up some rashers tomorrow. Some Denny's rashers. And they're like the dirt rashers. But even like local dirt rashers, they're not as good as like some of the better brands, but there's one that's like CK's and Kavanagh's local brand. And someone just has like an abattoir next to the pigs. And which is kind of morbid when you think about it. But every day that they produce vast quantities of rashers that find in a few hours. Hell, I hear the trucks going back and forth every morning. The little vans and the big proper industrial trucks. Every day going up to that little store there, going up to the one up there, and going up to the big shops down there in Carrick. And they drop off their stuff, and you know, you get yours as fresh as it can be. Nothing really stays on the shelf that isn't like that's local. Nothing really stays on the shelf for more than say 2 or 3 days at most, and that's pushing it. Most likely it's changed every day, and that's like the frozen stuff or the chilled stuff. The actual fresh stuff is always fresh. We don't have like obscure like shit. You don't see like incredibly like hard to find things out of season on the shelves. For that you have to go to the big shops, but the small shops, yeah, you want, like I said, spuds all year round, endless supply of potatoes. Now I know America can challenge that because I've talked to people from Illinois and they're like, yeah, we'll just, you want potatoes? We got potatoes. But I get that. Like other people, less so.
At least. Makes
Turtles.
Further on, they go on about the flavors
Denny's,
of the
bacon.
East Coast, as well as
Everyone here is harvested early, dyed to look nice, treated with all kinds. We have some of that here too, but it is nowhere near. You do that when you're on a budget. That's always the cheap stuff. That's the thing. If you buy cheap, you know you're going to get cheap. But at least out here, I don't know. There's a level of quality control you guys don't have.
Release of Nuka-Cola Quantum, which has first been visited on the East Coast in all of its poisonous glory. Then we see the inevitable progression of all soft drink providers, a weak attempt to get into the adult beverage market. Here we find one of the few skeletons that I believe could have been pre-war, possibly just slamming down one too many of these tasty Nuka-Cola Darks that have an eye-watering 35% content. Jesus wept, it may as well be moonshine. In the back,
It's a little weaker than vodka, but it'll taste like cola. So it's a weaker vodka and Coke. It's a mixed drink in a can. Yeah. It's like a fucking White Claw, but incredibly like strong.
room of this lovely display, we actually get one of the few terminals, aside from the horrendous ones we shall find beneath this complex, that tells us about the employees of this fine establishment. The first set of entries are memos to the staff, and some of them are just fantastic. The first is in regards to the grand reopening. The place was closed for a month, and all the staff were given a very generous unpaid vacation. This is accompanied by an extremely unsubtle threat to appear lively and happy, or you'll be replaced by an animatronic, which, as we know, always ends well. But it ends on a happier note. Even if you're low on energy, it's okay. The river itself is
Low on me?
pure quantum, and composed of such hardy chemicals that it kills all bacteria. This makes me question what it would do to the healthy bacteria in your system, but I'm sure it's a small price to pay for being able to drink like an animal at a watering hole while at work. The second entry covers the first victim of automization, and of course it was the only fun section on the whole ride. Some absolute space cadet seen fit to fill the bottles with actual Nuka-Cola Dark, and given its high level of jungle juice, it makes perfect sense that someone would be drunk mere hours into the shift. It seems Jenny was the one that ruined it for everyone, and I wonder if that wasn't her body we find in this section. Some poor guest
I bloody well hope so. Ruining it for everyone. Hiya, Troy.
lost their glasses. But apart from that, and Jenny's possible skull fracture, it all ended well. After this, an entry admonishing the staff for trying to liven up their soul-crushing workplace. Some of these costumes are, to be fair, a little odd to have appeared in the ride. That being said, it's not like continuity actually matters in any way, shape or form on this ride. So come on, let them live a little. The prank entry is just unbelievable. A man was blinded. Turning a bottle into a makeshift grenade that you'd expect an insurgent to use is not a prank. It's an attempt on someone's life. I do not think Randall will think it's hilarious. I think he'll get his own back with a prank of similar severity, and it will be completely and utterly.
You know what? Randall, if you ever prank someone by the name of Randall, it's gonna end badly. He sounds like somebody, I can already picture him. He'll be like Frank Grimes from The Simpsons, you know? Randall. Don't make fun of Randall.
Utterly justified. The
Rand.
next three entries here are just the scripts that were present, I assume, before full automation had occurred. I love that even here,
Boy, all this science sure does work up a thirst. But sir, all we have is coffee, water, and a variety of other boring beverages. That won't do at all. I've got an idea. Pantomime creation of Nuka-Cola. Sir, you've done it. This is delicious. I can feel my heart racing. Eureka! So long, science. Hello, refreshment.
someone has subtly hinted at the damage Nuka-Cola does to your heart in the form of palpitations. The next entry highlights how Nuka-Cola Wild can aid one in the exploitation and subjugation of
doing it all.
animals that are just trying to live their lives. I hope that Bronco ends you, Roy. Finally, the last one highlights some woman's unholy tolerance for drink, and that it takes some
All these drinks take forever to make, and wine usually tastes terrible. Sounds like you need a Nuka-Cola Dark. Tell me more. Ready for the night after your first... You'll be ready for the night after your first drink. And it's delicious taste you know expect from Nuka-Cola Precious. Anyone here want to buy a girl a Nuka-Cola Dark? It's really not that bad. You know, just pour it out into a glass and... It should be fine. I mean, it's still Nuka-Cola. It's gonna fucking kill you. God. Nuka-Cola is gonna taste like Coca-Cola, but it's gonna have a radioactive element to it and probably full of chemicals that will destroy your stomach lining. So, yeah.
something of 35% to actually help her unwind. Overall,
I'll be drinking
it's the
stronger
kind of
shit than
cringy
that
stuff you'd
tomorrow.
expect from a dead-eyed writer. Next, to the Nuka-Cola Dark exhibit, we find a perfect blend of capitalism and the military.
Hell
So,
yeah.
Nuka-Cola branded power armor. Now, I don't know if people were actually fighting on the front lines in these, but if they were, I'll admit, that is some genius PR right there. Imagine it, being able to run ads in the papers about a recent victory as some headcase stands in a Nuka-Cola branded suit of blood-soaked power armor with an American flag in their hands. The Patriots would be creaming themselves. The rest of the ride tells you how the taste is created, and it's probably a complete and utter lie. 17 flavors my whole. Lastly,
My
it gives you
whole.
an overview of the facility where Quantum is produced.
He's putting on to a little bit of the Irish. Just a smidge.
In all its blue glowing glory. We'll get into the content
My
later.
hole.
It's not good to say the least. Now, there's a fair bit of employee back corridors that thread throughout the ride, usually overlooking the River of Quantum. But the next thing we want to look at is the corridor leading up to the control room for the ride. Here, we can find more evidence of a last stand by the gunners, the results of which will soon become apparent. Then, we come to a control room of sorts, which contains the only note in this part of the facility. It tells us that someone called Casey was heading to the roof to determine if something that happened was just a military drill. This likely
You'll put on my Irish? What does that even mean? Describe it using only turtles.
refers to the bombs dropping, and the action taken either immediately before or after by Brad Burton to lock down the entirety of the park. We'll talk more about the roof at the end of the video. For now, time to descend into the plant itself. Here, we find the remains of the gunners. This search party is actually referred to in terminal entries on the Bradburn overpass. However, that feeds into the overall gunner story here in Nuka World. For now, we shall consider ourselves with a holotape from Corporal Downey, in which he gives us some insight into what happened to the gunners.
I'm all
here.
snuggly and shit. So snuggly.
This is Corporal Downey. As far as I know, last living member of Sergeant Lanier's recon team. We tried to secure the bottling plant and got overrun by some new breed of Mirelurk. I've never seen anything like them. Blue glow, so strong, stronger than any Commonwealth lurk I've encountered. It's got to be the quantum running through this place. We breached their nest and they poured out. We fell back, but I'm pretty sure one of those damn lurks made off with my leg in the process. Private Clay dragged me to safety before I sent him to warn the others back at the camp, but I could hear their screams from here. I know the help's not coming.
I understand completely now.
I'm gonna be food for some Mirelurk spawn, so I'm taking this matter into my own hands. This is Corporal Downey. Signing off. For good.
So the gunners here were sent to this facility to secure it. However, they either underestimated or were completely unaware of the presence of Nugalurks. Due to this, the entire team was wiped out, with Corporal Downey ending things himself before the Nugalurks got to him. Given the comment about being food for the spawn, I think this does slightly add some credibility to my earlier observation, the observation being that the bodies were piled up the way they were may have just been past victims arranged, so that the spawn would have an easy food source. In the plant itself, there isn't actually much else to see. There's a single skeleton near the quantum vat, and apart from that, just a surplus of Nuka-Cola of various flavors situated throughout the plant. I had hoped we'd see more of the employees in here, but I guess they either made it out, or their bodies aren't here anymore. We can find the breach to their nest at the end of the factory. Now, this isn't where the story for this place ends. In fact, it's not even remotely close. However, it takes the restoration of the power to Nuka World, after the DLC's main quest concludes, to get the rest of it. We can find the rest of that story through the locked doors, near the corpses of the gunners. Immediately inside the small room, we can see a poster that talks about the walls having ears and eyes. This, to me anyway, is a small bit of foreshadowing regarding the paranoia and misplaced ideals that we're going to be exposed to here. Not the only dark secret in Nuka World, but definitely one of the sadder ones. The elevator at the end of the room takes us to a small bunker beneath this facility, and it's here that we finally find out the secret behind Quantum. When we step off this elevator, ignoring my power armor squatting in the corner, we see the two main chambers that will be of interest to us in this section. The one at the back has a further 3 chambers off of it, and 4 central workstations, with a terminal making 5. The 4 workstations are not random, and were staffed by the 4 individuals we should be learning about in this area. At the back, a broken viewing window can be found, looking into a room with a reactor in it. You can already probably tell where this is going, but to spoil the surprise, yes, it is involved in Quantum. The room to the left of this has several chutes and vats, likely where the practical part of the work we shall learn about was performed. Take note that, so far, we haven't found a single body. Well, don't you worry. We're about to.
Is it Soylent Green? It's Soylent Green,
We
isn't
now
it?
take a look at the living quarters we can find directly opposite the elevator.
Soylent Quantum is
Looks
made
like
of
it has been turned
popple.
over, with bottles, both Nuka-Cola and other, strewn around.
I'd
Parts of
I'd
it
try
are
Soylent
destroyed
Green.
Or have fallen into extreme
You were meant to
disarray.
mix it into
It's
different
important to note
food.
that no one else, apart from the
Enhance
4
it.
we will learn about, has been here. So whatever happened here, it happened due to their actions, and it happened a long time ago. Heading up the stairs, the first room is empty, with parts of the wall panels having fallen into the room. Besides that, it, like the other 3 rooms, is actually fairly Spartan.
Oh hell
small,
yeah! I'm gonna sleep
Not
so
really the type of space you'd want to have to stay
averagely.
in long term at all. Unfortunately, the room across from this tells us the first part of the horrific story that went on here. We find a bed pushed up into the far corner of the room,
Skelly.
and a skeleton with its skull separated from its body on the floor.
It's a
The
living.
skull has a pretty ghastly look on it, which, along with what's on the ceiling, further reinforces what went on here. This person seems to have taken their own life, and lay where they were until their body had decomposed enough that the head separated, and the whole thing could escape the noose.
Why were they
Remember
nude?
that, this body appears to have been left here the whole time. The room at the other side of the stairs is in a similar state of disrepair as its neighbour, and apart from that, doesn't really give us a lot to go on. However, the one opposite this one contains yet another body. A woman this time, going off of the clothes. Nothing overt to tell us how she died, but again, she was left here after it happened. There's a holotape on the desk beside her, but I've already picked it up. It's accompanied by 3 more, and we'll get to all of that after we read through all the terminal entries, back inside the main room with the 4 other workstations. There's quite a
This
large
is
amount
why I
of
kept
them,
him
so if you
till
want to skip
now.
ahead of the holotapes, I've
His
marked them in
voice
the
is
video.
very easy
Now,
to listen to.
Let's take a look at what was really going on here. We finally learn the names of the 4 people living here, all doctors in various fields. Rex Meacham, Edmund Medford, Kevin Bennell, and Ruth Levitt. Their entries are grouped into 2 sections, research logs and user logs. Inside the research logs section, they appear to be organized into 4 entries, all titled Compound, and then enumerated using a series of letters. I'm sure you can guess what the Q is, but let's take a look through all of them anyway. The first, L3N2, states the current isotope was not suitable for their uses. It results in the release of toxic fumes as a result of internal thermogenesis. It's a pity the fumes didn't kill him. Would have solved a lot of issues that we're going to see later. The next entry, M6N5, is unfortunately horribly corrupted and gives us little information beyond that it reached semi-stability. However, it's fair to assume that something still went wrong, given it wasn't the last compound that they attempted. After this, we get to the first Q4N7 entry. We are given the first bit of information of what they seem to be trying to preserve in the compounds, strontium-90. The substance stays liquid, even at high temperatures, and no longer emits fumes that kill you. The thermogenic reaction is likely an explosion or an expulsion of some sort, and the part about wanting to achieve safe radioactive thermogenesis seems to back this up. The electron subfield likely refers to the field of strontium-90 itself, and then there's this final bit at the end. It had a nice blue glow. This, whatever it is what goes into Nuka-Cola Quantum.
It's
The final
P.
research log details their success. The thermogenic trigger, which is presumably what they wanted the whole time, is achieved with the substance maintaining a liquid form. However, to me at least, having it being volatile enough that an impact will set it off is a huge design issue. Being safer than
Unless you're
nitroglycerin
playing
is
a
a
game with
low bar,
combat.
and having a stronger yield if something does go wrong, as far as I'm concerned, negates any increased safety. They seem to have developed it into a weapon called the Nuka-Nuke, and the substance is going to be named Quantum. They sign off by saying it's time to test it on beverages. Now, I don't know how the validity of it being an explosive was addressed for the drink, but clearly, given what it does to bacteria and its radioactive nature,
Base the bacteria.
surely
Bacteria.
also, note that they had the compound perfected at least before the drink came along, and the drink reached full distribution before the bombs hit. This means they had already achieved a great deal of success when the bombs had started dropping. This is important given what happens later.
Later.
Next are the 8 user logs from Rex, and they escalate quite rapidly. The first entry talks about the founding of the lab. Yes, that was a real reactor in the back, but it's totally safe, it's fine. A man called John Caleb set it all up, and this is also the first mention that we get of Project Cobalt, which links into, well, quite a lot of what was going on in Nuka World as a whole. Spoiler, everything was a front. Now, why a guy who makes beverages is qualified to work on what they worked on, I have no idea. But here we are. Next, we have an entry several months in the future.
Repeat to yourself,
some
it's
development
just
crunch
a
time.
show.
Given the talk about something to show Bradbury,
Really must
I assume this is
relax.
after the initial entry about Quantum. The talk of testing seems to indicate that they had more plans for it, beyond what they talked about, and we hear for the first time how Levitt wasn't happy about this at all. The next entry seems to have occurred just after the meeting. and
Oh
after
no,
final
the
research
silky
entry details
siren
strontium-90,
is putting me to
they want
sleep.
apply quantum to weapons,
Not out
and
of
their initial
boredom.
tests seem to be
but out of genuine tiredness and grogginess and comfiness and his sexy, sexy voice. Where'd I put the mouse? I can't do nothing without the mouse. There you are, hiding like you're a little mouse from my evil clutches. Don't hurt the mouse. No. Yes. What? Sometimes I wonder if someone would link me with. Huh? Okay. Alright.
Showing great progress. They then admit that the slightly tweaked formula is only relatively safe, which means really not at all, given that quite a bit of time seems to have passed between this entry and the bombs dropping, given that Quantum was already available as a drink at that point. After this, they originally named the soft drink, and to avoid conflict with Levitt, she's put in charge of making it instead of weapons. Here they touch on the DC factory, which I covered years ago in Fallout 3. I'll link the video, but I think a redo, given all the retcons and the amount of time that has passed, is definitely due. They went through at least 3 failures before a 4th that only had some pretty bad.
I wish I had a cat right now.
Was chosen.
Big fluffy one.
Because at Nuka-Cola, the safety of the
burying my face in it.
paramount to not
Burying my face in that
import.
fuzzy pussy.
After this, Meacham basks in his own success,
I'm an
we get a
adult.
reference to the overall health of Brad Burton, which actually plays into the overall ins and outs of Project Cobalt. Somehow, despite the side effects, Quantum is projected to be a bestseller, showing that the average consumer was already dumb enough that further brain damage wouldn't have really affected
I
their
was
daily
gonna
lives.
say.
After this,
Ooh, shiny.
things escalate rapidly. He's killed Ruth, and apparently had no choice. She was going to betray them all. This had occurred after the bombs hit, so they have presumably been locked up here for a while, due to the park lockdown Brad Burton started. Don't worry, the holotapes fill in what the terminal entries leave out. Next, we find out it hasn't been a while. It's been about 2 weeks, give or take. Now we learn that Edmund is the individual that hung himself, and if it wasn't clear, Ruth, the woman upstairs. He admits he isn't really processing any of this, i.e. he's breaking down, and he decides to just keep working. He begins to unravel, thinking he can turn the tide with his miracle weapon. They also admit it's still unstable, so thank God they at least acknowledge that before putting it in the hands of soldiers. The last entry is the cherry on this shitshow Sunday. They've been stuck together for about a year, and Kevin decided he wanted to leave. Meacham calmly ascertained he was clearly a spy, and tried to kill him. He says he hit him several times before he slipped off through a tunnel behind the reactor, and decides, that was probably good enough, he must be dead. I also want to point out that this means they left both those bodies up there for over a year, just sitting there, decomposing. So the 4 of them were working on a compound for a weapon. They discovered a semi-stable compound, dubbed it Quantum, used a watered-down version to make a totally safe drink of the same name. Then they got stuck down here when the bombs hit while they were perfecting it. Meacham killed Levitt, or Ruth, by her first name, and Edmund took his own life. Kevin stuck it out for a year, and then Meacham killed him too. However, it feels like we're missing parts of the story, parts that give us context to all of this, and the holotapes dotted around the facility give us this context. The first one can be found back in the room we assume was Ruth's, given her body is there. The first is Meacham recording AB-27.
Don't take that tone with me, Rex. You know exactly why I'm pulling you aside. You told Brad Burton our team would work on Project Cobalt without asking the rest of us first.
I don't have to consult with any of you first. I'm the lead beveragier, remember? There's a reason JC put me in charge, you know. He trusts me to make the hard decisions and make them quickly.
Are you even listening to yourself? JC? What? Are the two of you best buddies now?
Jesus
When you talk
Christ,
like
what
that,
is he doing
I
here?
picture you in a crushed velvet jacket, swirling a snifter of brandy in one hand and a cigar in the other. What the hell happened to you, Rex? I used to look up to you, and now you want us to jump into bed with the U.S. Army. I joined this team to bring joy to the world, not to create weapons of mass destruction.
You know what, Kate? I expected more out of you. I really thought you'd jump at the chance to stop fooling around making soft drink flavors and play with the big boys for a change.
Playing with the big boys now.
Either you stop this emotional outburst and join the rest of us in reality, or I'm pulling you off the team.
Go to hell, Rex. You'll have my resignation by the end of the month.
So first of all, Rex is a dick. Second, apparently the terminal is wrong and Ruth is actually Kate. I assume it's not the other way around, given the recorded lines say Kate, and it's unlikely that they were wrong and the terminal entries were right. This entry shows us that there was quite a bit of animosity between the two of them. Kate resented having been made to work with the US Army without consultation, and felt Rex had changed from someone who, at one point, was presumably a friend or a mentor. Rex told her to get with the program or hit the bricks, and she had no problem doubling down and saying she was leaving. This must have been in close proximity to the bombs hitting, as she was stuck here when they did.
What sort of bite did you grab, Raisin?
What did Dr. Levitt say?
Describe the food.
It was like we expected. She won't be joining Project Cobalt. Didn't you tell her how important this is to the country?
I'm holding this out until this video's over.
I didn't even get that far in the conversation.
Then the sleepy could begin with gusto.
Soda, for God's sakes. It's a shame too, because she's the best organic chemist we have. I guess we'll just have to rely on Dr. Medford from now on. Wait, she's leaving? She's gonna walk away from all of this? She's not only walking away from her job here, she's blacklisting herself from our industry entirely. When I told JC about our chat, he blew his top. Started ranting about how he took a chance on Dr. Levitt and she's throwing it back in his face. The man's connected, Kevin. He makes a few phone calls and by November she may as well hang up her lab coat for good. Damn. Remind me never to get on Brad Burton's bad side.
I want pizza. I can get pizza tomorrow.
The next entry is found on the counter.
I can get pizza,
inside the living
chips,
quarters.
and chicken
Recording
nuggets.
AB30.
Holy
This time, it's a
fuck!
conversation between Kevin and Rex. Presumably just shortly after Rex tried to convince Kate to stay, given the close proximity to the bombs, and the terminal entries predating that saying
Do I
they'd
want
been working
pizza
for
though?
months. It can be assumed that Kate, and possibly the others, didn't know what they were doing. They may not have been aware from the start that they were working on Project Cobalt, or its ultimate purpose. The conversation with Kate seems to have happened after she found out. Rex states she'll be blacklisted if she walks away, but we know she never got the chance to do so.
This is your last chance, Kate. I could still convince JC to keep you here if you just agree to join Project Cobalt.
First of all, I'm not Kate to you. Not anymore. And second of all, no thanks. I'm done being your lab rat. I already have my things packed, and I'll be out of here by tomorrow. So until then, why don't you just stay out of my way?
Come on, Dr. Levitt, be reasonable. After the U.S. wins this war, I'm sure they'll close Project Cobalt, and we can get back to making people happy. You're one of the most talented scientists I've ever had the pleasure of working with, and I really hate to see you go. I'm with Dr. Bennell. I mean, it's just not going to be the same without you here.
I appreciate what you're both saying, but my mind's made up. Brad Burton might own half of Massachusetts, but I'll be damned if I'm going to let him own me. And if you two were smart, you'd both get out of here.
What the hell is that alarm? What's that noise? Oh my God, it's happening. How could it be happening now? I thought we were winning this war. Have they launched missiles at us? Damn it, I wish we could see what was going on outside. Oh my God, the door just sealed. We're stuck down here.
What are you talking about? There's no way out?
It's a built-in safety precaution. Brad Burton must have hit the panic button in his office. It seals all the high-security areas up tight. His vault, our lab, the power plant's control center. All of it.
Everyone is up first one to eat and smoke. Hell yeah.
For a long time.
Well, Rex, looks like you got what you wanted.
Next is recording AB-35, found at one of the workstations in the lab. This recording takes place on the day the bombs dropped, the day Kate was meant to leave. Medford and Bennell make attempts to convince her to stay, both of them seeming a lot more reasonable than Meacham, with even Rex making a last attempt to make her stay, saying JC will take her back again if she just agrees to join. Again,
Stop trying to make me a
that all of it,
Christian.
so much work was undertaken, yet she somehow didn't know its ultimate purpose. Clearly, Rex's attempt to satisfy Kate by putting her in charge of Nuka-Cola Quantum development didn't work, and given the true nature of the work, I don't know why he thought it would. He's also a bit thick. They launched missiles because the Americans were winning. That's the point. It also tells us that Brad Burton's office is the key to unlocking a lot of Nuka World, which you'd already know if you were down here, so it's a bit of a moot point.
I don't care if Bradberton made you the Pope. You're not telling me what to do anymore. We've been stuck down here for weeks. There's no Bradberton anymore. There's no Nuka World anymore. No nothing anymore. Don't you get it, Rex? We're done. Humanity's done. We might be all that's left. And you want to continue working on this bullshit project?
Why don't you wake up, Kate? You don't know what's going on out there. There could be Chinese soldiers right above us and we'd never know. Project Cobalt could be the thing that saves us. Saves America. We have to keep working.
I wish the two of you would stop fighting. We need to keep level heads if we're going to survive. Look, Kate, maybe Rex is right. Maybe if we concentrate on our work, it'll take our mind off of things for a while. None of us want to end up like Dr. Medford.
Look, I don't deny it's a shame what happened to Dr. Medford, but at least he kept his mind on his work. The fact of the matter is, he lost it. He was weak. He let his emotions take over.
This is some low energy writing right here.
At first, I thought you were just driven, but I was wrong. You're absolutely crazy. Why don't you pull out some of your secret recordings you've been making of us? You know, the ones you think we don't know about? Play them back and listen to yourself over the last few weeks. Listen to how goddamn insane you sound. Well, you know what? I'm done. I'm done with you, and I'm done hiding down here, waiting until you snap.
Get away from the door controls, Kate. I'm not kidding.
A gun? So what are you gonna do? You going to shoot me now? Is that what this has come to? I said this to you a few months ago, and I'll say it again. Go to hell, Rex, and goodbye.
Oh my God! You shot her. She's gone.
I had to do it.
What new rip-roaring adventure shall we find out next week? Tune in.
This mess and get back to work.
The last tape occurs just before, or literally during, Kate's murder by Rex. It's been several weeks, and she's had enough, and reveals that all these recordings were secret ones that Rex was making on all of them. She goes to leave, though I'm unsure of how she would have got out, given the power being out, and Rex just shoots her. He seems quite deluded at this point, thinking their work is going to save the country, which shows how far he's gone. He justifies why they should keep working by arguing it will stop them ending up like Medford, who he describes as weak, implying he isn't as he's still here. Another not so subtle justification of why he is superior, and definitely has a bit of a savior complex now. To be fair, he is correct in that they have no idea what's going on above them, and doing some work may have kept their minds off of the reality that their world may have been totally gone. But it's clear he's gotten quite desperate, and he's built up his work into something it never really was, integral to America's survival. He had one lifeline.
How many
Kate threatened it, so she just had to go.
How many presents
So
have you got to wrap?
Gone. But what about Bennell and Meacham?
One or two, or
their
like
story,
10 or 20?
Shockingly, it didn't end much better, as the terminal entries already showed. We can find the conclusion to their story in the room off to the right of the main research lab. We can find a skeleton on the floor, beside a bench with a thirst stopper, and the results of the research down here, the weaponized quantum ordnance. Along with this, we find the means to make these lovely explosives, and a note explaining who this was, and what happened. The note is from Meacham, explaining how his work is finally complete. He's triggered the notification system for the military to come and get him out, and this happens after he chased Bennell into the reactor. He states he's just going to lie down and have a rest, as he's not feeling well. Clearly, chasing Bennell into the reactor adversely affected him, and given the skeleton, he clearly passed away shortly after he wrote this note, or at the very least found himself unable to move from here. How he didn't have any Rad-X or Radaway, given what they were working on and the proximity to the reactor, I don't know, but maybe he wasn't thinking right at this point. If his notes and holotapes are any indication, I think that's a fair assessment. After all this, all that is left now is to find Bennell. We can take the door to the immediate left of this room down into the reactor, and from here, into the underground tunnels that link up with Kitty Kingdom. I know what you're thinking. Could this have played a role into what happened there? It's entirely possible, but that's a story for another time. A little ways down the tunnel, we find a body beside a crate of Nuka-Cola Quantum. The gate is locked from this side, so there isn't really any way anyone else could have been down here. Additionally, we find some blood on the ground beside the body. Given the direction and blood, this is almost certainly Bennell. As Meacham guessed, he didn't get very far, between the gunshot wounds and the radiation. Likely, after Kate was killed, he decided that it was only
Fallout and Sky and Elder Scrolls are very good at
an attempt that ultimately
they're very good at environmental storytelling. One of the things people really should praise them for is how even if they don't have like a room full of like recordings and notes and letters and all that shit, you can just infer looking around all this stuff. They could make a very good detective game if they wanted to. They could make a very good detective game if they wanted to.
Field. Though then again, maybe he shouldn't have waited an entire year before he decided that Rex was probably going to try and kill him. The experiments down here took the lives of the whole team, and in the end, their work never helped to save America. Now, while the story of the Beveridge years ends here, there are still a few loose ends to wrap up, primarily outside the plant. If we start at the far end of the ditch out the back of the plant, we can find a skeleton inside one of the trailers. We find a great deal of blood around it, and given the presence of it near the entrance, it seems like they were fatally injured there, and then dragged themselves here, likely to put a wall at their backs and give them a fighting chance against whatever it was that was trying to kill them. It may have been this hatchling, in which case, what a moron. Or it could have been something else. At the other side of the ditch, we can find the remains of a camp. Now, this is either that of the Gunners or one of the other various groups that, at different points, have attempted to conquer or claim structures around Nuka World. Regardless, they're gone now. Up the stairs is a tank full of water, and inside, if you walk past it, 2 nuclear kings will jump your ass. So if you're not sufficiently high level, that may be an issue for you. Now, up onto the roof. Straight ahead and to the right of the first large bottle monument, we can find what looks like an outdoor staff meeting area of sorts. Inside, we do find a clothed body. Now, given the remains of the meal, the lunchbox, and that they appear to have fallen out of a chair, this makes it likely they were an employee. Perhaps it's the Casey, that note we found mentioned, or perhaps not. We don't know whether it was a man or a woman. However, it does look like the initial...
Alright, well, the story has been told. It is time for us to be oh so controlled. I don't fucking know. We are now going to turn on camera, and we're going to listen to The Wonderful Wizard of Oz audiobook by L. Frank Baum. Yeah, it was 100 years old now. I've never listened to this book. I've never read it. I've only ever seen the movie, like a lot of people. I know that the book and the movie is a good bit different, but that's pretty normal. Now, as I drift off to sleep, feel free to bombard me with death. Nice ride high right now, listening to my Discovery Weekly Spotify playlist. Nice. Discover Weekly. I am about to listen to an audiobook along with you guys. Assuming the voices in this aren't going to be terrible. Apparently the guy doing the voices, some of them aren't the best. That could be pretty funny, actually, depending on it. Or it could be obnoxious as fuck. We'll see. But anyone wants to wake me up with hell on earth, well, you can do that. If not, well, I'll toss and I'll turn. And I'll sleep. And I might even get up to occasionally pee. But that's all problems for future me.
Chapter 1 of The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain.
Yep, so that's good. At least I won't get in trouble. By the way, everyone listen to some copyright-free music, books I should say, LibriVox. Only problem is, most of them are not the best voice actors or actresses. Gets the job done.
For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert. The Wonderful Wizard of Oz by L. Frank Baum, Chapter 1. The Cyclone. Dorothy lived in the midst of the great Kansas prairies with Uncle Henry, who was a farmer, and Aunt Em, who was the farmer's wife. Their house was small, for the lumber to build it had to be carried by wagon many miles. There were 4 walls, a floor, and a roof, which made one room, and this room contained a rusty-looking cook stove, a cupboard for the dishes, a table, 3 or 4 chairs, and the beds. Uncle Henry and Aunt Em had a big bed in one corner, and Dorothy a little bed in another corner. There was no garret at all, and no cellar, except a small hole dug in the ground called a cyclone cellar, where the family could go in case one of those great whirlwinds arose, mighty enough to crush any building in its path. It was reached by a trapdoor in the middle of the floor, from which a ladder led down into the small dark hole. When Dorothy stood in the doorway and looked around, she could see nothing but the great gray prairie on every side. Not a tree nor a house broke the broad sweep of flat country that reached to the edge of the sky in all directions.
I'll say it right now. If I ever go to Kansas, it'll either because the love of my life is there, or it'll be the very last state on my list and I'll be like, ah, fuck it, I'll do it. But I better get it the fuck out of there as quickly as possible. I mean, it's fucking Kansas. Hi, kids, do you like the moon?
The sun had baked the plowed land into a gray mass, with little cracks running through it. Even the grass was not green, for the sun had burned the tops of the long blades until they were the same gray color to be seen everywhere. Once the house had been painted, but the sun blistered the paint and the rains washed it away, and now the house was as dull and gray as everything else. When Aunt Em came there to live, she was a young, pretty wife. The sun and wind had changed her, too. They had taken the sparkle from her eyes and left them a somber gray. They had taken the red from her cheeks and lips, and they were gray also. She was thin and gaunt and never smiled now. When Dorothy, who was an orphan, first came to her, Aunt Em had been so startled by the child's laughter that she would scream and press her hand upon her heart whenever Dorothy's merry voice reached her ears, and she still looked at the little girl with wonder that she could find anything to laugh at. Uncle Henry never laughed. He worked hard from morning till night, and did not know what joy was. He was gray also, from his long beard to his rough boots, and he looked stern and solemn and rarely spoke. It was Toto that made Dorothy laugh, and saved her from growing as gray as her other surroundings. Toto was not gray. He was a little black dog, with long silky hair and small black eyes that twinkled merrily on either side of his funny wee nose. Toto played all day long, and Dorothy played with him and loved him dearly. Today, however, they were not playing. Uncle Henry sat upon the doorstep and looked anxiously at the sky, which was even grayer than usual. Dorothy stood in the door with Toto in her arms, and looked at the sky too. Aunt Em was washing the dishes. From the far north they heard a low wail of the wind, and Uncle Henry and Dorothy could see where the long grass bowed in waves before the coming storm. There now came a sharp whistling in the air from the south, and as they turned their eyes that way they saw ripples in the grass coming from that direction also. Suddenly Uncle Henry stood up. "There's a cyclone comin', Em," he called to his wife. "I'll go look after the stock." Then he ran toward the sheds where the cows and horses were kept. Aunt Em dropped her work and came to the door. One glance told her of the danger close at hand. "Quick, Dorothy!" she screamed. "Run for the cellar!" Toto jumped out of Dorothy's arms and hid under the bed, and the girls started to get him. Aunt Em, badly frightened, threw open the trap door in the floor and climbed down the ladder into the small dark hole. Dorothy caught Toto at last and started to follow her aunt. When she was halfway across the room there came a great shriek from the wind, and the house shook so hard that she lost her footing and sat down suddenly upon the floor. Then a strange thing happened. The house whirled around 2 or 3 times and rose slowly through the air. Dorothy felt as if she were going up in a balloon. The north and south winds met where the house stood, and made it the exact center of the cyclone. In the middle of a cyclone the air is generally still, but the great pressure of the wind on every side of the house raised it up higher and higher until it was at the very top of the cyclone, and there it remained and was carried miles and miles away as easily as you could carry a feather. It was very dark, and the wind howled horribly around her, but Dorothy found she was riding quite easily. After the first few whirls around, and one other time when the house tipped badly, she felt as if she were being rocked gently, like a baby in a cradle. Toto did not like it. He ran around the room, now here, now there, barking loudly, but Dorothy sat quite still on the floor and waited to see what would happen. Once Toto got too near the open trap door and fell in, and at first the little girl thought she had lost him. But soon she saw one of his ears sticking up through the hole, for the strong pressure of the air was keeping him up so that he could not fall. She crept to the hole, caught Toto by the ear, and dragged him into the room again, afterward closing the trap door so that no more accidents could happen. Hour after hour passed away, and slowly Dorothy got over her fright. But she felt quite lonely, and the wind shrieked so loudly all about her that she nearly became deaf. At first she had wondered if she could be dashed to pieces when the house fell again, but as the hours passed and nothing terrible happened, she stopped worrying and resolved to wait calmly and see what the future would bring. At last she crawled over the swaying floor to her bed and lay down upon it, and Toto followed and lay down beside her. In spite of the swaying of the house and the wailing of the wind, Dorothy soon closed her eyes and fell fast asleep. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Wonderful Wizard of Oz by L. Frank Baum. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Council with the Munchkins. She was awakened by a shock so sudden and severe that if Dorothy had not been lying on the soft bed she might have been hurt. As it was, the jar made her catch her breath and wonder what had happened, and Toto put his cold little nose into her face and whined dismally. Dorothy sat up and noticed that the house was not moving, nor was it dark, for the bright sunshine came in at the window, flooding the little room. She sprang from her bed and, with Toto at her heels, ran and opened the door. The little girl gave a cry of amazement and looked about her, her eyes growing bigger and bigger at the wonderful sights she saw. The cyclone had set the house down very gently for a cyclone, in the midst of a country of marvelous beauty. There were lovely patches of greensward all about, with stately trees bearing rich and luscious fruits. Banks of gorgeous flowers were on every hand, and birds with rare and brilliant plumage sang and fluttered in the trees and bushes. A little way off was a small brook, rushing and sparkling along between green banks, and murmuring in a voice very grateful to a little girl who had lived so long on the dry, gray prairies. While she stood looking eagerly at the strange and beautiful sights, she noticed, coming toward her, a group of the queerest people she had ever seen. They were not as big as the grown folk she had always been used to, but neither were they very small. In fact, they seemed about as tall as Dorothy, who was a well-grown child for her age, although they were, so far as looks go, many years older. 3 were men and 1 a woman, and all were oddly dressed. They wore round hats that rose to a small point a foot above their heads, with little bells around the brims that tinkled sweetly as they moved. The hats of the men were blue. The little woman's hat was white, and she wore a white gown that hung in pleats from her shoulders. Over it were sprinkled little stars that glistened in the sun like diamonds. The men were dressed in blue, of the same shade as their hats, and wore well-polished boots with a deep roll of blue at the tops. The men, Dorothy thought, were about as old as Uncle Henry, for 2 of them had beards. But the little woman was doubtless much older. Her face was covered with wrinkles, her hair was nearly white, and she walked rather stiffly. When these people drew near the house where Dorothy was standing in the doorway, they paused and whispered among themselves, as if afraid to come farther. But the little old woman walked up to Dorothy, made a low bow, and said in a sweet voice, "You are welcome, most noble sorceress, to the land of the Munchkins. We are so grateful to you for having killed the Wicked Witch of the East, and for setting our people free from bondage." Dorothy listened to this speech with wonder. What could the little woman possibly mean by calling her a sorceress, and saying she had killed the Wicked Witch of the East? Dorothy was an innocent, harmless little girl who had been carried by a cyclone many miles from home, and she had never killed anything in all her life. But the little woman evidently expected her to answer, so Dorothy said, with hesitation, "You are very kind, but there must be some mistake. I have not killed anything." "Your house did, anyway," replied the little old woman with a laugh. "And that is the same thing. See," she continued, pointing to the corner of the house, "there are her 2 feet still sticking out from under a block of wood." Dorothy looked and gave a little cry of fright. There, indeed, just under the corner of the great beam the house rested on, 2 feet were sticking out, shod in silver shoes with pointed toes. "Oh dear!" cried Dorothy, clasping her hands together in dismay. "The house must have fallen on her. Whatever shall we do?" "There is nothing to be done," said the little woman calmly. "But who was she?" asked Dorothy. "She was the Wicked Witch of the East, as I said," answered the little woman. "She has held all the Munchkins in bondage for many years, making them slave for her night and day. Now they are all free, and are grateful to you for the favor." "Who are the Munchkins?" inquired Dorothy. "They are the people who live in this land of the East, where the Wicked Witch ruled." "Are you a Munchkin?" asked Dorothy. "No, but I am their friend, although I live in the land of the North. When they saw the Witch of the East was dead, the Munchkins sent a swift messenger to me, and I came at once. I am the Witch of the North." "Oh, gracious!" cried Dorothy. "Are you a real witch?" "Yes, indeed," answered the little woman. "But I am a good witch, and the people love me. I am not so powerful as the Wicked Witch was who ruled here, or I should have set the people free myself." "But I thought all witches were wicked," said the girl, who was half frightened at facing a real witch. "Oh, no, that is a great mistake. There were only 4 witches in all the land of Oz, and 2 of them, those who live in the North and the South, are good witches. I know this is true, for I am one of them myself, and cannot be mistaken. Those who dwelt in the East and the West were indeed wicked witches, but now that you have killed one of them, there is but one wicked witch in all the land of Oz, the one who lives in the West." "But," said Dorothy, with a moment's thought, "Aunt Em has told me that the witches were all dead, years and years ago." "Who is Aunt Em?" inquired the little old woman. "She is my aunt who lives in Kansas, where I come from." The Witch of the North seemed to think for a time, with her head bowed and her eyes upon the ground. Then she looked up and said, "I do not know where Kansas is, for I have never heard that country mentioned before. But tell me, is it a civilized country?" "Oh, yes," replied Dorothy. "Then that accounts for it. In the civilized countries I believe there are no witches left, nor wizards, nor sorceresses, nor magicians. But you see the Land of Oz has never been civilized, for we are cut off from all the rest of the world. Therefore we still have witches and wizards amongst us." "Who are the wizards?" asked Dorothy. "Oz himself is the great wizard," answered the witch, sinking her voice to a whisper. "He is more powerful than all the rest of us together. He lives in the City of Emeralds." Dorothy was going to ask another question, but just then the Munchkins, who had been standing silently by, gave a loud shout and pointed to the corner of the house where the Wicked Witch had been lying. "What is it?" asked the little old woman, and looked and began to laugh. The feet of the dead witch had disappeared entirely, and nothing was left but the silver shoes. "She was so old," explained the Witch of the North, "that she dried up quickly in the sun. That is the end of her. But the silver shoes are yours, and you shall have them to wear." She reached down and picked up the shoes, and after shaking the dust out of them, handed them to Dorothy. "The Witch of the East was proud of those silver shoes," said one of the Munchkins, "and there is some charm connected with them, but what it is we never knew." Dorothy carried the shoes into the house and placed them on the table. Then she came out again to the Munchkins and said, "I am anxious to get back to my aunt and uncle, for I am sure they will worry about me. Can you help me find my way?" The Munchkins and the Witch first looked at one another, and then at Dorothy, and then shook their heads. "At the East, not far from here," said one, "there is a great desert, and no one could live to cross it." "It is the same at the South," said another, "for I have been there and seen it. The South is the country of the Quadlings." "I am told," said the third man, "that it is the same at the West, and that country where the Winkies live is ruled by the Wicked Witch of the West, who would make you her slave if you passed her way." "The North is my home," said the old lady, "and at its edge is the same great desert that surrounds this Land of Oz. I'm afraid, my dear, you will have to live with us." Dorothy began to sob at this, for she felt lonely among all these strange people. Her tears seemed to grieve the kind-hearted Munchkins, for they immediately took out their handkerchiefs and began to weep also. As for the little old woman, she took off her cap and balanced the point on the end of her nose while she counted 1, 2, 3 in a solemn voice. At once the cap changed to a slate, on which was written in big white chalk marks, "Let Dorothy go to the City of Emeralds." The little old woman took the slate from her nose, and having read the words on it, asked, "Is your name Dorothy, my dear?" "Yes," answered the child, looking up and drying her tears. "Then you must go to the City of Emeralds. Perhaps Oz will help you." "Where is this city?" asked Dorothy. "It is exactly in the center of the country, and is ruled by Oz, the great Wizard I told you of." "Is he a good man?" inquired the girl anxiously. "He is a good Wizard. Whether he is a man or not I cannot tell you, for I have never seen him." "How can I get there?" asked Dorothy. "You must walk. It is a long journey, through a country that is sometimes pleasant and sometimes dark and terrible. However, I will use all the magic arts I know of to keep you from harm." "Won't you go with me?" pleaded the girl, who had begun to look upon the little old woman as her only friend. "No, I cannot do that," she replied; "but I will give you my kiss, and no one will dare injure a person who has been kissed by the Witch of the North." She came close to Dorothy and kissed her gently on the forehead. Where her lips touched the girl they left a round, shining mark, as Dorothy found out soon after. "The road to the City of Emeralds is paved with yellow brick," said the Witch, "so you cannot miss it. When you get to Oz, do not be afraid of him, but tell your story and ask him to help you. Good bye, my dear." The three Munchkins bowed low to her and wished her a pleasant journey, after which they walked away through the trees. The Witch gave Dorothy a friendly little nod, whirled around on her left heel 3 times, and straightway disappeared, much to the surprise of little Toto, who barked after her loudly enough when she was gone, because he had been afraid even to growl while she stood by. But Dorothy, knowing her to be a witch, had expected her to disappear in just that way, and was not surprised in the least. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Wonderful Wizard of Oz by L. Frank Baum. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Chapter 3 How Dorothy Saved the Scarecrow. When Dorothy was left alone she began to feel hungry. So she went to the cupboard and cut herself some bread, which she spread with butter. She gave some to Toto, and taking a pail from the shelf, she carried it down to the little brook and filled it with clear, sparkling water. Toto ran over to the trees and began to bark at the bird sitting there. Dorothy went to get him, and saw such delicious fruit hanging from the branches that she gathered some of it, finding it just what she wanted to help out her breakfast. Then she went back to the house, and having helped herself and Toto to a good drink of cool, clear water, she set about making ready for the journey to the City of Emeralds. Dorothy had only one other dress, but that happened to be clean and was hanging on a peg beside her bed. It was gingham with checks of white and blue, and although the blue was somewhat faded with many washings, it was still a pretty frock. The girl washed herself carefully, dressed herself in the clean gingham, and tied her pink sunbonnet on her head. She took a little basket and filled it with bread from the cupboard, laying a white cloth over the top. Then she looked down at her feet and noticed how old and worn her shoes were. "They surely will never do for a long journey, Toto," she said. And Toto looked up into her face with his little black eyes, and wagged his tail to show he knew what she meant. At that moment Dorothy saw lying on the table the silver shoes that had belonged to the Witch of the East. "I wonder if they will fit me," she said to Toto. "They would be just the thing to take a long walk in, for they could not wear out." She took off her old leather shoes and tried on the silver ones, which fitted her as well as if they had been made for her. Finally she picked up her basket. "Come along, Toto," she said. "We will go to the Emerald City and ask the Great Oz how to get back to Kansas again." She closed the door, locked it, and put the key carefully in the pocket of her dress. And so, with Toto trotting along soberly behind her, she started on her journey. There were several roads near by, but it did not take her long to find the one paved with yellow bricks. Within a short time she was walking briskly toward the Emerald City, her silver shoes tinkling merrily on the hard yellow roadbed. The sun shone bright and the birds sang sweetly, and Dorothy did not feel nearly so bad as you might think a little girl would who had been suddenly whisked away from her own country and set down in the midst of a strange land. She was surprised, as she walked along, to see how pretty the country was about her. There were neat fences at the sides of the road, painted a dainty blue color, and beyond them were fields of grain and vegetables in abundance. Evidently the Munchkins were good farmers and able to raise large crops. Once in a while she would pass a house, and the people came out to look at her and bow low as she went by, for everyone knew she had been the means of destroying the Wicked Witch and setting them free from bondage. The houses of the Munchkins were odd-looking dwellings, for each was round, with a big dome for a roof. All were painted blue, for in this country of the East blue was the favorite color. Toward evening, when Dorothy was tired with her long walk and began to wonder where she might pass the night, she came to a house rather larger than the rest. On the green lawn before it many men and women were dancing. 5 little fiddlers played as loudly as possible, and the people were laughing and singing, while a big table nearby was loaded with delicious fruits and nuts, pies and cakes, and many other good things to eat. The people greeted Dorothy kindly and invited her to supper and to pass the night with them, for this was the home of one of the richest Munchkins in the land, and his friends were gathered with him to celebrate their freedom from the bondage of the Wicked Witch. Dorothy ate a hearty supper, and was waited upon by the rich Munchkin himself, whose name was Boq. Then she sat upon a settee and watched the people dance. When Boq saw her silver shoes, he said, "You must be a great sorceress." "Why?" asked the girl. "Because you wear silver shoes and have killed the Wicked Witch. Besides, you have white in your frock, and only witches and sorceresses wear white." "My dress is blue and white checked," said Dorothy, smoothing out the wrinkles in it. "It is kind of you to wear that," said Buck. "Blue is the color of the Munchkins, and white is the witch color, so we know you are a friendly witch." Dorothy did not know what to say to this, for all the people seemed to think her a witch, and she knew very well she was only an ordinary little girl who had come by the chance of a cyclone into a strange land. When she had tired watching the dancing, Boq led her into the house, where he gave her a room with a pretty bed in it. The sheets were made of blue cloth, and Dorothy slept soundly in them till morning, with Toto curled up on the blue rug beside her. She ate a hearty breakfast, and watched a wee Munchkin baby who played with Toto and pulled his tail and crowed and laughed in a way that greatly amused Dorothy. Toto was a fine curiosity to all the people, for they had never seen a dog before. "How far is it to the Emerald City?" the girl asked. "I do not know," answered Boq gravely, "for I have never been there. It is better for people to keep away from Oz, unless they have business with him. But it is a long way to the Emerald City, and it will take you many days. The country here is rich and pleasant, but you must pass through rough and dangerous places before you reach the end of your journey." This worried Dorothy a little, but she knew that only the Great Oz could help her get to Kansas again, so she bravely resolved not to turn back. She bade her friends good-bye and again started along the road of yellow brick. When she had gone several miles she thought she would stop to rest, and so climbed to the top of the fence beside the road and sat down. There was a great cornfield beyond the fence, and not far away she saw a scarecrow placed high on a pole to keep the birds from the ripe corn. Dorothy leaned her chin upon her hand and gazed thoughtfully at the scarecrow. Its head was a small sack stuffed with straw, with eyes, nose, and mouth painted on it to represent a face. An old pointed blue hat, that had belonged to some Munchkin, was perched on his head, and the rest of the figure was a blue suit of clothes, worn and faded, which had also been stuffed with straw. On the feet were some old boots with blue tops, such as every man wore in this country, and the figure was raised above the stalks of corn by means of the pole stuck up its back. While Dorothy was looking earnestly into the queer painted face of the Scarecrow, she was surprised to see one of the eyes slowly wink at her. She thought she must have been mistaken at first, for none of the Scarecrows in Kansas ever wink, but presently the figure nodded its head to her in a friendly way. Then she climbed down from the fence and walked up to it, while Toto ran around the pole and barked. "Good day," said the Scarecrow in a rather husky voice. "Did you speak?" asked the girl in wonder. "Certainly," answered the Scarecrow. "How do you do?" "I'm pretty well, thank you," replied Dorothy politely. "How do you do?" "I'm not feeling well," said the Scarecrow with a smile, "for it is very tedious being perched up here night and day to scare away crows." "Can't you get down?" asked Dorothy. "No, for this pole is stuck up my back. If you will please take away the pole I shall be greatly obliged to you." Dorothy reached up both arms and lifted the figure off the pole, for being stuffed with straw it was quite light. "Thank you very much," said the Scarecrow, when he had been set down on the ground. "I feel like a new man." Dorothy was puzzled at this, for it sounded queer to hear a stuffed man speak and to see him bow and walk along beside her. "Who are you?" asked the Scarecrow, when he had stretched himself and yawned, "and where are you going?" "My name is Dorothy," said the girl, "and I am going to the Emerald City to ask the Great Oz to send me back to Kansas." "Where is the Emerald City?" he inquired, "and who is Oz?" "Why, don't you know?" she returned in surprise. "No, indeed, I don't know anything. You see, I am stuffed, so I have no brains at all," he answered sadly. "Oh," said Dorothy, "I'm awfully sorry for you. Do you think," he asked, "if I go to the Emerald City with you, that Oz would give me some brains?" "I cannot tell," she returned, "but you may come with me if you like. If Oz will not give you any brains, you will be no worse off than you are now." "That is true," said the Scarecrow. "You see," he continued confidentially, "I don't mind my legs and arms and body being stuffed, because I cannot get hurt. If anyone treads on my toes or sticks a pin into me, it doesn't matter, for I can't feel it. But I do not want people to call me a fool, and if my head stays stuffed with straw instead of with brains, as yours is, how am I ever to know anything?" "I understand how you feel," said the little girl, who was truly sorry for him. "If you will come with me I'll ask Oz to do all he can for you." "Thank you," he answered gratefully. They walked back to the road. Dorothy helped him over the fence, and they started along the path of yellow brick for the Emerald City. Toto did not like this addition to the party at first. He smelled around the stuffed man as if he suspected there might be a nest of rats in the straw, and he often growled in an unfriendly way at the Scarecrow. "Don't mind Toto," said Dorothy to her new friend. "He never bites." "Oh, I'm not afraid," replied the Scarecrow. "He can't hurt the straw. Do let me carry that basket for you. I shall not mind it, for I can't get tired. I'll tell you a secret," he continued, as he walked along. "There is only one thing in the world I am afraid of." "What is that?" asked Dorothy. "The Munchkin farmer who made you?" "No," answered the Scarecrow. "It is a lighted match." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Wonderful Wizard of Oz by L. Frank Baum. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Chapter 4, The Road Through the Forest. After a few hours the road began to be rough, and the walking grew so difficult that the Scarecrow often stumbled over the yellow bricks, which were here very uneven. Sometimes, indeed, they were broken or missing altogether, leaving holes that Toto jumped across and Dorothy walked around. As for the Scarecrow, having no brains, he walked straight ahead and so stepped into the holes and fell at full length on the hard bricks. It never hurt him, however, and Dorothy would pick him up and set him upon his feet again, while he joined her in laughing merrily at his own mishap. The farms were not nearly so well cared for here as they were farther back. There were fewer houses and fewer fruit trees, and the farther they went the more dismal and lonesome the country became. At noon they sat down by the roadside, near a little brook, and Dorothy opened her basket and got out some bread. She offered a piece to the Scarecrow, but he refused. "I am never hungry," he said, "and it is a lucky thing I am not, for my mouth is only painted, and if I should cut a hole in it so I could eat, the straw I am stuffed with would come out, and that would spoil the shape of my head." Dorothy saw at once that this was true, so she only nodded and went on eating her bread. "Tell me something about yourself and the country you came from," said the Scarecrow, when she had finished her dinner. So she told him all about Kansas, and how gray everything was there, and how the cyclone had carried her to this queer land of Oz. The Scarecrow listened carefully and said, "I cannot understand why you should wish to leave this beautiful country and go back to the dry, gray place you call Kansas." "That is because you have no brains," answered the girl. "No matter how dreary and gray our homes are, we people of flesh and blood would rather live there than in any other country, be it ever so beautiful. There is no place like home." The Scarecrow sighed. "Of course I cannot understand it," he said. "If your heads were stuffed with straw, like mine, you would probably all live in the beautiful places, and then Kansas would have no people at all. It is fortunate for Kansas that you have brains." "Won't you tell me a story while we are resting?" asked the child. The Scarecrow looked at her reproachfully and answered, "My life has been so short that I really know nothing whatever. I was only made day before yesterday. What happened in the world before that time is all unknown to me. Luckily, when the farmer made my head, one of the first things he did was to paint my ears, so that I heard what was going on. There was another Munchkin with him, and the first thing I heard was the farmer saying, 'How do you like those ears?' 'They aren't straight,' answered the other. 'Never mind,' said the farmer, 'they are ears just the same,' which was true enough. 'Now I'll make the eyes,' said the farmer. So he painted my right eye, and as soon as it was finished I found myself looking at him and everything around me with a great deal of curiosity, for this was my first glimpse of the world. 'That's a rather pretty eye,' remarked the Munchkin, who was watching the farmer. 'Blue paint is just the color for eyes.' 'I think I'll make the other a little bigger,' said the farmer, and when the second eye was done I could see much better than before. Then he made my nose and my mouth. But I did not speak, because at that time I didn't know what a mouth was for. I had the fun of watching them make my body and my arms and legs, and when they fastened on my head at last I felt very proud, for I thought I was just as good a man as anyone. "This fellow will scare the crows fast enough," said the farmer. "He looks just like a man." "Why, he is a man," said the other, and I quite agreed with him. The farmer carried me under his arm to the cornfield, and set me up on a tall stick, where you found me. He and his friend soon after walked away and left me alone. I did not like to be deserted this way, so I tried to walk after them, but my feet would not touch the ground, and I was forced to stay on that pole. It was a lonely life to lead, for I had nothing to think of, having been made such a little while before. Many crows and other birds flew into the cornfield, but as soon as they saw me they flew away again, thinking I was a Munchkin, and this pleased me and made me feel that I was quite an important person. By and by an old crow flew near me, and after looking at me carefully he perched on my shoulder and said, "I wonder if that farmer thought to fool me in this clumsy manner? Any crow of sense could see that you were only stuffed with straw." Then he hopped down at my feet, and ate all the corn he wanted. The other birds, seeing he was not harmed by me, came to eat the corn too, so in a short time there was a great flock of them about me. I felt sad at this, for it showed I was not such a good Scarecrow after all, but the old crow comforted me, saying, "If you only had brains in your head you would be as good a man as any of them, and a better man than some of them. Brains are the only thing worth having in this world, no matter whether one is a crow or a man." After the crows had gone I thought this over, and decided I would try hard to get some brains. By good luck you came along and pulled me off the stake, and from what you say I am sure the great Oz will give me brains as soon as we get to the Emerald City. "I hope so," said Dorothy earnestly, "since you seem anxious to have them." "Oh, yes, I am anxious," returned the Scarecrow. "It is such an uncomfortable feeling to know one is a fool." "Well," said the girl, "let us go," and she handed the basket to the Scarecrow. There were no fences at all by the roadside now, and the land was rough and untilled. Toward evening they came to a great forest, where the trees grew so big and close together that their branches met over the road of yellow brick. It was almost dark under the trees, for the branches shut out the daylight, but the travelers did not stop and went on into the forest. "If this road goes in, it must come out," said the Scarecrow, "and as the Emerald City is at the other end of the road, we must go wherever it leads us." "Anyone would know that," said Dorothy. "Certainly; that is why I know it," returned the Scarecrow. "If it required brains to figure it out, I never should have said it." After an hour or so the light faded away, and they found themselves stumbling along in the darkness. Dorothy could not see at all, but Toto could, for some dogs see very well in the dark, and the Scarecrow declared he could see as well as by day. So she took hold of his arm and managed to get along fairly well. "If you see any house or any place where we can pass the night," she said, "you must tell me, for it is very uncomfortable walking in the dark." Soon after the Scarecrow stopped. "I see a little cottage at the right of us," he said, "built of logs and branches. Shall we go there?" "Yes, indeed," answered the child. "I am all tired out." So the Scarecrow led her through the trees until they reached the cottage, and Dorothy entered and found a bed of dried leaves in one corner. She lay down at once, and with Toto beside her soon fell into a sound sleep. The Scarecrow, who was never tired, stood up in another corner and waited patiently until morning came. Chapter 5 of The Wonderful Wizard of Oz by L. Frank Baum. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Chenevert. Chapter 5 The Rescue of the Tin Woodman. When Dorothy awoke the sun was shining through the trees, and Toto had long been out chasing birds around him and squirrels. She sat up and looked around her. Scarecrow still standing patiently in his corner, waiting for her. "We must go and search for water," she said to him. "Why do you want water?" he asked. "To wash my face clean after the dust of the road, and to drink, so the dry bread will not stick in my throat." "It must be inconvenient to be made of flesh," said the Scarecrow thoughtfully, "for you must sleep and eat and drink. However, you have brains, and it is worth a lot of bother to be able to think properly." They left the cottage and walked through the trees until they found a little spring of clear water, where Dorothy drank and bathed and ate her breakfast. She saw there was not much bread left in the basket, and the girl was thankful the Scarecrow did not have to eat anything, for there was scarcely enough for herself and Toto for the day. When she had finished her meal and was about to go back to the road of yellow brick, she was startled to hear a deep groan near by. "What was that?" she asked timidly. "I cannot imagine," replied the Scarecrow, "but we can go and see." Just then another groan reached their ears, and the sound seemed to come from behind them. They turned and walked through the forest a few steps when Dorothy discovered something shining in a ray of sunshine that fell between the trees. She ran to the place and then stopped short with a little cry of surprise. One of the big trees had been partly chopped through, and standing beside it, with an uplifted axe in his hands, was a man made entirely of tin. His head and arms and legs were jointed upon his body, but he stood perfectly motionless, as if he could not stir at all. Dorothy looked at him in amazement, and so did the Scarecrow, while Toto barked sharply and made a snap at the tin legs, which hurt his teeth. "Did you groan?" asked Dorothy. "Yes," answered the Tin Man, "I did. I've been groaning for more than a year, and no one has ever heard me before or come to help me. What can I do for you?" she inquired softly, for she was moved by the sad voice in which the man spoke. "Get an oil can and oil my joints," he answered. "They are rusted so badly that I cannot move them at all. If I am well oiled I shall soon be all right again. You will find an oil can on a shelf in my cottage." Dorothy at once ran back to the cottage and found the oil can, and then she returned and asked anxiously, "Where are your joints?" "Oil my neck first," replied the Tin Woodman. So she oiled it, and as it was quite badly rusted, the Scarecrow took hold of the tin head and moved it gently from side to side until it worked freely, and then the man could turn it himself. "Now oil the joints in my arms," he said, and Dorothy oiled them, and the Scarecrow bent them carefully until they were quite free from rust and as good as new. The Tin Woodman gave a sigh of satisfaction and lowered his axe, which he leaned against the tree. "Ah, that is a great comfort," he said. "I have been holding that axe in the air ever since I rusted, and I'm glad to be able to put it down at last. Now, if you will oil the joints of my legs, I shall be all right once more." So they oiled his legs until he could move them freely, and he thanked them again and again for his release, for he seemed a very polite creature and very grateful. "I might have stood there always if you had not come along," he said. "So you have certainly saved my life. How did you happen to be here?" "We are on our way to the Emerald City, to see the Great Oz," she answered, "and we stopped at your cottage to pass the night." "Why do you wish to see Oz?" he asked. "I want him to send me back to Kansas, and the Scarecrow wants him to put a few brains into his head," she replied. The Tin Woodman appeared to think deeply for a moment. Then he said, "Do you suppose Oz could give me a heart?" "Why, I guess so," Dorothy answered. "It would be as easy as to give the Scarecrow brains." "True," the Tin Woodman returned. "So if you will allow me to join your party, I will also go to the Emerald City and ask Oz to help me." "Come along," said the Scarecrow heartily, and Dorothy added that she would be pleased to have his company. So the Tin Woodman shouldered his axe, and they all passed through the forest until they came to the road that was paved with yellow brick. The Tin Woodman had asked Dorothy to put the oil can in her basket, for, he said, if I should get caught in the rain and rust again I would need the oil can badly. It was a bit of good luck to have their new comrade join the party, for soon after they had begun their journey again they came to a place where the trees and branches grew so thick over the road that the travelers could not pass. But the Tin Woodman set to work with his axe and chopped so well that soon he cleared a passage for the entire party. Dorothy was thinking so earnestly as they walked along that she did not notice when the Scarecrow stumbled into a hole and rolled over to the side of the road. Indeed, he was obliged to call her to help him up again. "Why didn't you walk around the hole?" asked the Tin Woodman. "I don't know enough," replied the Scarecrow cheerfully. "My head is stuffed with straw, you know, and that is why I am going to Oz to ask him for some brains." "Oh, I see," said the Tin Woodman. "But after all, brains are not the best things in the world." "Have you any?" inquired the Scarecrow. "No, my head is quite empty," answered the Woodman. "But once I had brains, and a heart also, so having tried them both I should much rather have a heart." "And why is that?" asked the Scarecrow. "I will tell you my story, and then you will know." So while they were walking through the forest, the Tin Woodman told the following story. "I was born the son of a woodman who chopped down trees in the forest and sold the wood for a living. When I grew up, I too became a wood chopper, and after my father died I took care of my old mother as long as she lived. Then I made up my mind that instead of living alone I would marry, so that I might not become lonely. There was one of the Munchkin girls who was so beautiful that I soon grew to love her with all my heart. She, on her part, promised to marry me as soon as I could earn enough money to build a better house for her. So I set to work harder than ever. But the girl lived with an old woman who did not want her to marry anyone, for she was so lazy she wished the girl to remain with her and do the cooking and the housework. So the old woman went to the Wicked Witch of the East and promised her 2 sheep and a cow if she would prevent the marriage. Thereupon the Wicked Witch enchanted my axe, and when I was chopping away at my best one day, for I was anxious to get the new house and my wife as soon as possible, the axe slipped all at once and cut off my left leg. This at first seemed a great misfortune, for I knew a one-legged man could not do very well as a wood chopper. So I went to a tinsmith and had him make me a new leg out of tin. The leg worked very well once I was used to it. But my action angered the Wicked Witch of the East, for she had promised the old woman I should not marry the pretty Munchkin girl. When I began chopping again, my axe slipped and cut off my right leg. Again I went to the tinsmith, and again he made me a leg out of tin. After this the enchanted axe cut off my arms one after the other, but nothing daunted, I had them replaced with tin ones. The Wicked Witch then made the axe slip and cut off my head, and at first I thought that was the end of me, but the tinsmith happened to come along, and he made me a new head out of tin. I thought I had beaten the Wicked Witch then, and I worked harder than ever, but I little knew how cruel my enemy could be. She thought of a new way to kill my love for the beautiful Munchkin maiden, and made my axe slip again, so that it cut right through my body, splitting me into 2 halves. Once more the tinsmith came to my help and made me a body of tin, fastening my tin arms and legs and head to it by means of joints, so that I could move around as well as ever. But alas! I had now no heart, so that I lost all my love for the Munchkin girl, and did not care whether I married her or not. I suppose she is still living with the old woman, waiting for me to come after her. My body shone so brightly in the sun that I felt very proud of it, and it did not matter now if my axe slipped, for it could not cut me. There was only one danger, that my joints would rust. But I kept an oil can in my cottage and took care to oil myself whenever I needed it. However, there came a day when I forgot to do this, and being caught in a rainstorm, before I thought of the danger my joints had rusted, and I was left to stand in the woods until you came to help me. It was a terrible thing to undergo, but during the year I stood there I had time to think that the greatest loss I had known was the loss of my heart. While I was in love I was the happiest man on earth, but no one can love who has not a heart, and so I am resolved to ask Oz to give me one. If he does, I will go back to the Munchkin maiden and marry her." Both Dorothy and the Scarecrow had been greatly interested in the story of the Tin Woodman, and now they knew why he was so anxious to get a new heart. "All the same," said the Scarecrow, "I shall ask for brains instead of a heart, for a fool would not know what to do with a heart if he had one." "I shall take the heart," returned the Tin Woodman, "for brains do not make one happy, and happiness is the best thing in the world." Dorothy did not say anything, for she was puzzled to know which of her 2 friends was right, and she decided if she could only get back to Kansas and Aunt Em It did not matter so much whether the Woodman had no brains and the Scarecrow no heart, or each got what he wanted. What worried her most was that the bread was nearly gone, and another meal for herself and Toto would empty the basket. To be sure, neither the Woodman nor the Scarecrow ever ate anything, but she was not made of tin or straw, and could not live unless she was fed. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Wonderful Wizard of Oz by L. Frank Baum. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recorded by Phil Chenevert in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, August 2011. The Cowardly Lion. All this time Dorothy and her companions had been walking through the thick woods. The road was paved with yellow brick, but these were much covered by dried branches and dead leaves from trees, and the walking was not at all good. There were few birds in this part of the forest, for birds love the open country where there is plenty of sunshine. But now and then there came a deep growl from some wild animal hidden among the trees. These sounds made the little girl's heart beat fast, for she did not know what made them. But Toto knew, and he walked close to Dorothy's side and did not even bark in return. "How long will it be," the child asked of the Tin Woodman, "before we are out of the forest?" "I cannot tell," was the answer, "for I have never been to the Emerald City. But my father went there once when I was a boy, and he said it was a long journey through a dangerous country, although nearer to the city where Oz dwells the country is beautiful. But I am not afraid, so long as I have my oil can, and nothing can hurt the Scarecrow while you bear upon your forehead the mark of the Good Witch's kiss, and that will protect you from harm." "But Toto," said the girl anxiously, "what will protect him?" "We must protect him ourselves if he is in danger," replied the Tin Woodman. Just as he spoke there came from the forest a terrible roar, and the next moment a great lion bounded into the road. With one blow of his paw he sent the Scarecrow spinning over and over to the edge of the road, and then he struck at the Tin Woodman with his sharp claws. But to the lion's surprise he could make no impression on the tin, although the Woodman fell over in the road and lay still. Little Toto, now that he had an enemy to face, ran barking toward the lion, and the great beast had opened his mouth to bite the dog, when Dorothy, fearing Toto would be killed, and heedless of danger, rushed forward and slapped the lion upon his nose as hard as she could, while she cried out, "Don't you dare bite Toto! You ought to be ashamed of yourself, a big beast like you to bite a poor little dog!" "I didn't bite him," said the lion, as he rubbed his nose with his paw where Dorothy had hit it. "No, but you tried to," she retorted. "You are nothing but a big coward." "I know it," said the lion, hanging his head in shame. "I've always known it. But how can I help it?"
Wooga wooga. I left this plane and went to a strange world full of terrible voices. Or just one. Many voices. Hi, Missy Ann. Okay. I am now shutting my eyes. Wake me up. How far in did we get? Yes, we'll be listening to the book every single day as we drift off to the land of Nod. Or of Oz in this case. An hour. Yeah. Here I am trying to. I should be getting good night's sleep. We are free of the evil, the wicked witch, and terrible voice. For now. Sleepy, sleepy. Ow. And in a lot of pain. Well, I'm glad that was caught on camera. You can go right here. Let's face smashiness. Mm. Hmm. Subtubes. I'm sleeping really deep. Very weird. 5 o'clock. Got enough sleep. One more block. Oh. The headphones on charge. I'm doing that right now. And actually, all right. Wiggle. 3. Off with a bang instead of a. Ugh. Sleepy boy. I was really sleeping. What you didn't like? Just didn't like Dorothy's march towards the Emerald Road. The Wizard of Oz is not your cup of tea, is it? Don't blame you. Well, guess what? We still have another 3 hours. So an hour and a half for Thursday and Friday. Oof. Can we do it? Yes. Will you like it? No. Won't take too long for those headphones to be fully charged. I think it was raining last night. You can't really see my face. Because you can't. There we are. Yeah. Okay, so standard fare. Grab a little bit more sleep. I try to. Some groggy between both worlds. If I last until 7 o'clock in the morning, then my alarm goes off. Then well, I'll tell you all about it then. Let's just enjoy the moment with my eyes closed. My mind a million miles away. My phones are charging. It won't actually take them that long. Charge, friends. Everything. I hate everything. Why? Wires overlapping upon wires. Things to move. This is the worst disaster in human history. Move over something that would get me. If anyone watches me. You're all in my mind. Yes, even you. Hola. Yay. Not much longer. We did it for another night. Hi everyone. Did you miss me? I didn't miss you because I was dreaming. No sex dreams tonight. Let's see what chaos, what absolute chaos shall bestow. Last 2 days I've been sleeping a lot dark. Very dark, very dark, heavily. And if it wasn't for the constant fear of being woken up or the constant fear of missing the alarm, I would very much be still fast asleep. Wow. Wow. Let me get the light. I'm still lounging in bed for a little while longer. Like a cretin. Cretin. Better use the term. Oh. Says which, you have to wait for that phone, my headphones to finish charging. Won't take much longer. Did you miss me? Hope he's all keeping well. Let's see the news. Let's see if anyone famous died. Emergency in El Paso as Trump border policy in limbo. Oof. Trump's tax returns will be made public. Panel votes. I believe Nelson Muntz, the great philosopher of our time, said, do you see? Now, he already said he was going to do this anyway, so it's not a big deal. But, US sees enough fentanyl to kill every American. Holy shit. Can only kill some of the Americans. I can think of 20 right now that. US pastor robbed on livestream faces fraud and extortion charges. Holy fuck. Every trans person on my feed is so thirsty right now. More so than normal. Is it the season? Does Christmas make trans girls horny on Maine? Is it Christmas every day then? Oh, also Trump wants them to disband the FBI. Okay. Oh, so it is once again pitch dark, even though it is 7 in the morning. I, once again, despite the fact of waking up constantly, actually feel quite invigorated. That's not a slur. Shut up. My lawyers will see about this. Now, I'm going to fix the wire. The wire is clearly at fault here. Wires are my greatest foe. More so than the Belgians. The Animani tribes is my hatred of wires. Alright. Same as yesterday. In a little bit, I'm going to get up, put on the water, have a wash, have breakfast. It's way too early to be able to get a drink. It's about another 5 more hours before they'll start serving. And I don't want to start drinking at noon. Well, maybe I should. I don't know. Probably not. But there's no reason for me to leave right now. For many hours, honestly. So what I'm going to do is... I think I'll go straight back over to the gaming, same as yesterday. The only difference is, number one, we don't have to deal with any mods like last. And go up to Dave's. Get my shopping, go up to Dave's. Get my burger and chips and all that. then live stream at Dave's for a pint or two. Then come back here and have dinner, and crack into some beers. On stream, of course. Then, yeah, so I'm going to probably do a live stream out of either YouTube or Twitch. If you see me live, you'll get the gist. Hey, Bill? Belgium. Not Belgium. Welcome to the country of Belgium. It sounds like a slur and also an actual people. The Belgium peoples. Yeah. Yeah, so I'll go up, get that sorted. I'll do a live stream out of Dave's around about 5 or 6. And, well, a little after 5. I'll be on my phone, so I'll have Wi-Fi. I'll try it on YouTube and I'll try it on Twitch, whichever is more stable. I will then come back here. At this point now, like, I'm actually just going to send Shabby a message right now and see if he's on board. If he's not on board, then it's not a big deal, because then I can just enjoy my booze at my time rather than waiting for him. Just send him a message. No worries. I am still out streaming all day. Still streaming. Ernest told him if he sees me live and wants to pop in, he can. Gift your viewers with bloopers. YouTube just suggested I gift my viewers with bloopers. Why? I am giving them 5 days of uninterrupted, raw, balls deep, pulsating footage. Half my fucking channel is bloopers. I feel like a big fluffy cat lounging around right now. Oh, is it so hard? Is it so hard? See blurry McBlurface here? Elon. He looks like he's melting in the 5th day. Oh man. The last beer shipment for the beer club will be on the 21st. I want a beer box. I technically have enough money to get something from them. I couldn't get the delirium crate like I want. But I could get something else. The delirium tub is overpriced as fuck. It's 70. I want the keg of delirium so I can live up to its name of being a drunken elephant. Oh, I want to be a drunken elephant. I look like a 90s album cover for like an indie rock band. Not a good one, like a really bad one. But maybe they have like a summer hit that Todd from One Hit Wonderland eventually does. Oh, One Hit Wonders, not One Hit Wonderland. Gee, I wonder why I was thinking of Wonderland. I saw you guys fucking hated that audiobook. I love that. We're gonna do it more. I think I intentionally kept it in because the voices are really bad. This guy is just not good at it. Actually, I'm gonna have a look at the stream on my phone here, see what it's been like so far. Did I snore a lot? Kick? Probably did kick. I remember it kicking though. Probably did. Wow, great camera work. Actually, I'm gonna have a look at the stream on my phone here, see what it's been like. Hi, me. Go back to about 3 hours ago. I'm just expecting to hear me having like crazy ass night terrors. This voice makes me want to unalive, not fall asleep. Jesus Christ. Well, someone's weak as fuck.
If you like, if Oz will not give you any brains, you will be no worse off than you are now. That is true, said the Scarecrow. You see.
It's so bad. 'Tis St. Swithin's Day already. 'Tis, replied Aunt Helga.
Continued. Nothing. And he often growled in an unfriendly way at the Scarecrow. "Don't mind Toto," said Dorothy to her new friend. "Never the boy." And he said it was a long journey to a dangerous country. Although
Is this
never
literally a
to the city
sleep
where
stream
Oz
listening to The Wizard of Oz from Missy? Yes, Missy, it is. Yeah, I have to admit, you weren't expecting that, were you? Let's wait until the music's gone, the audio's gone, so I'm actually asleep. I guess I've watched enough of myself sleep now on streams that it's true. I don't make that much noise. I don't move that much, do I? I kind of just lay there. I know why I'm so shocked by that. Because occasionally I have been woken up by a partner who said I'm fidgeting a bit, but something was clearly going wrong there. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I had a rash or something like that. Maybe I was just not comfortable on the bed. And that stuck in my head for the rest of false equivalency, basically. What I don't get though is, why is my mouth so dry? I'm not snoring. I might snore tonight. Raisin says, I'm so tempted to be disruptive right now, but let the good boy sleep. That's what the donation is for. Honestly, it's not a big deal if someone wants to wake me up. It's there for a reason. I'm just surprised at how quiet I am. That is mental. I guess that's what I'm going to start every morning with, just checking my phone to see how I was the night before. From Rose, there should be an event like Burning Man, except with Christmas trees after the holidays. People can throw them onto the massive bonfire, drink, do drunks, and dance around it. True. Like when you finished school for the last time, you threw all your school books into the bonfires. Write your Twitch username in the gift search and respond with the third option. That's what your channel's going to be like. This is from Twitch. Low energy. Gee, I wonder what this will be. Oh, that's not good. Just a low energy. An 88-year-old Frenchman presented at Toulon A&E yesterday with a First World War shell shoved up his arse. That there are other things you could do. All right. I don't want to watch starting videos with you guys until we have like the headphones are fully charged again. How you guys doing then? Let's talk, chat. You and me. Just like the old times. Back when I gave a shit about yous before I became celebrity. Known for sleeping on stream far and wide. How yous all do? Tell me a secret, chat. We're in bed, no one else can hear us. If you're cold, you can come and snuggle. These sheets are nice and warm, and is the water bottle still warm? Kinda? Weird. That's a good water bottle. Half 7. I could go back to sleep for an hour and a half. Maybe I will. Because after all, I can't, I don't want to end the stream quite yet, because then I have to start up a gaming stream right off the bat. And the longer I leave it, the closer I get to my goal of getting smoushed mouthed. And pizza too. Actually, again, do I want pizza? Do I want chicken nuggets? Whatever I get, I'm getting chicken nuggets. Chicken nuggies, chicken nuggies. Chicken nuggies. I'll get chips, chicken nuggies. Get chips, chicken nuggies, and a burger. That'll be enough. That's a dinner right there. That's a meal. Plus, I can always get something else as well if I want to go into the shop. You know? My options are varied and complicated. Yeah, I could drift back to sleep very easily like this. I just have to be careful. After all, only an hour and a half to go. At least you guys can see me now. I have to have my light on though, that's the only problem. I got the ring light, but I'd have to charge that, and that doesn't last very long. Oh, did these guys see when the headphones fell on my face? That was funny. That was funny. They were there and then they weren't. I still can't see out of this eye. I'll leave them here from here on out. So they last about 2 days non-stop. That's pretty cool. Unlike the day before, I can't remember much about my dreams. They weren't sex dreams, at least. I think looking at all that wood paneling from yesterday, I think there was wood paneling in my dream. That doesn't narrow it down much. But at least we know that we live in a world where wood paneling is real. I think I should try to sleep until 8. 7 seems a little too early. Then, well, it won't matter because I won't be sleeping the same way tonight. Yeah. I wonder if I'll do a Cobes today and just fall asleep on my chair. That would be annoying. My chair's nowhere near as comfy as his. Although it's not too uncomfy. It's not uncomfy. I wish I had a leg rest. Let's get a lazy boy. I wonder how much a lazy boy is. Big old recliner. What up, tubes? I'll probably get the green screen next year. I'll get the green screen and I'll either put it up the way it is here, like the way it's laid out, or rotate the table around. So the back's facing the wall and have the green screen placed up there. I mean, I could also move the bed around and move it however else I want. I don't actually remember how this bed was originally laid out when I came in. It wasn't this bed, I had it replaced. I know this was in the corner there. This whole computer setup. Well, the table. Actually, I think this was a little bit further rotated. If the bedboard wasn't so big, I'd just turn this bed towards the window. I'd have it pressed up there. But that would be a bit awkward. The bed would be blocking the cabinet there. I'd have to move them down as a result. They wouldn't be able to get at the radiator should they need to. I wouldn't be able to see the window properly. I'll get the green screen first and then make my mind up from there. It'll help the audio, that's for sure. Especially if I get one that's like warp around. I do like the idea of doing a project that would like benefit the channel, though. I'm not sure what. I almost wish I could take the all the computer stuff into the spare bedroom, and then it would sound better. There's also carpet in there as well. It would I'd have free reign to modify it however I wanted. The only downside is well, we wouldn't have a spare bedroom anymore, and Mel Monkey wouldn't be happy when I'm too loud. It'd be even louder this time around. I could also go into the boiler, the boiler room there, where the immersion is. I'd have great sound. I'd be able to put whatever I want on it. Only downside is it's so tiny, and when something bad happens, I'd have to move everything out there. Not worth it. What's the charge like right now on the headphones? We can start watching videos if it's pretty high up. Let's see. It says it's only a 20% charge. That's not right. It's at 100 now. Oh God, I forgot how quickly these things recharge. That was like what? An hour? An hour and a half? Yeah, fuck's sake. And it takes about 2 days for them to run out. I'll probably only have to do this one more time before the end. Alright. Still too comfy to get out of bed. Let's have a look at Irish news. An Irish soldier died. Zelensky's going to be in US Congress. I wonder if, like, a bunch of right-wing lunatics are going to, like, try to make a scene. Ooh. Megalithic tomb art. As the winter solstice is celebrated, Newgrange, County Meath, 3D image of artwork in the nearby Doath Hall Passage are being made available for public online. Models of 6 passage tombs art pieces were created by Discovery of Program Centre for Archaeology and Information. Large previously unknown passage tomb was found in 18th century excavations. Tombs described time by archaeologists find of a lifetime. Cool. Neat. Oh yeah, it's the shortest day and longest night. Or it was, that was the... We're already on the way back for it to be brighter days. Alright, let's check YouTube. Wap. Gen V. Oh, The Boys spin-off. Okay. I'll be honest with you, I've never seen a single episode of The Boys. Oh, hell yeah. Let's start off with something classy.
Some wonderful food associated with it, my favorite being potato latkes, or potato pancakes. But the story of latkes begins not with potatoes nor with pancakes, but with a beheading. So thank you to Wondrium for sponsoring this video as we make that Hanukkah favorite, latkes, this time on Tasting History.
Oi.
Can you guess, children, what is the best of all holidays? Hanukkah, of course. You don't go to school for 8 days in a row, you eat latkes every day.
Hell yeah.
That is a line from Hanukkah Geld by the famous Yiddish author Sholem Aleichem, who is probably most famous for supplying the source material for Fiddler on the Roof. Tradition! And while I may not be Jewish, I do appreciate the tradition of eating latkes during Hanukkah. Now, old recipes for latkes are really hard to find because the term latke is Yiddish and doesn't appear in many cookbooks, at least older ones. They tend to use the term potato pancakes or whatever translation of that in German, Ukrainian, Polish, wherever the cookbook comes from. And the first mention of the word latkes in an English publication isn't actually a recipe. It comes from a magazine called The American Mercury from February 1927. And while it's not actually a recipe, it does give some information about latkes and what they were made of 100 years ago, while the author tries to explain Hanukkah to the mostly Gentile audience. Hanukkah, to the Jewish bochar, meant not only slim yellow candles in a glistening menorah, but luscious potato latkes, pancakes made of grated raw potatoes mixed with flour and shortening and fried in schmaltz, rendered chicken fat. Dozens of these were eaten by after-supper guests who came to participate in the Hanukkah revelry. Again, not really a recipe, but it's a good place to start, and I can look at some of those older recipes for potato pancakes to get an idea of what people were actually doing in their kitchen 100 to 130 years ago. What's interesting is that the recipes aren't all that different from how latkes are still made today, with a few outliers, like some recipes include onion juice rather than a full onion or pieces of onion, and one even includes ginger in the recipe, but only one included ginger. Also, despite what the article said, I couldn't find any recipes that included shortening actually in the latke. Usually it was just used for frying. But other than those few little changes, the recipes are what we would call traditional. And speaking of traditional, now is the traditional time that I mention today's sponsor, Wondrium.
No, it isn't. It's the exact opposite. I will defy you, pretty-eyed, wealthy gay guy who teaches me about history and cooking. You may shit on your own time, but this is my time. It's my show.
Century, what you'll need is 2 pounds or 1 kilogram of russet potatoes.
Ooh, those are ours.
2 large eggs,
I could do that.
a 1/4 cup or 30 grams of matzo meal,
Nope.
1 teaspoon of kosher salt, and 1 to 2 cups of schmaltz for frying. Now today a lot of other oils are used, and you can use other oils, but one of the constants in these old recipes is the use of either butter or schmaltz for frying. You can use clarified butter and that will work, but schmaltz is going to be so much easier.
I can almost make it all.
It's usually going to be rendered chicken fat. You can also find rendered goose fat or duck fat.
Like, I have no idea where to get that meal.
And the nice thing about it is it really just makes the flavor of the latkes so much better than using most of the corn oil or canola oils that they use today. So cut your potatoes into about 2-inch pieces and don't peel them. You want to make sure that they're well scrubbed and clean, but they don't need to be peeled. Then grate them on a box grater, being careful not to grate your fingers. Then you'll do the same with the onion. Now this next part is where a lot of the old recipes differ from each other, and it is what is going to determine how crispy your latkes are going to get. Basically, we're going to put the potatoes and the onions into a bowl lined with a cheesecloth and then squeeze the liquid out of both. I'm guessing this is how you get onion juice, which is used in some of those earlier recipes, but I don't know. Now today, it's almost always imperative that you get out as much of the liquid as possible, but many of the older recipes say to just squeeze out some of the liquid. And their end product tends to be something more like a batter. You could actually spoon it. So the consistency is inconsistent throughout time and throughout different recipes. But either way, the more liquid that you get out, the crispier they will be. It's really a matter of personal taste. But once you've squeezed out all of the liquid that you want to squeeze out, you want to let the liquid sit for 2 or 3 minutes while all of the potato starch falls to the bottom of the bowl. Then you pour off all of the liquid, but keep that starch. Then mix it with the eggs, salt, and matzo meal, and finally add in the potatoes and onions and mix everything together. And here's kind of the last point that you can change the batter's consistency. If you want it to be more loose or wet, then just add more egg, and if you want it to be a little bit drier, then add either more matzo meal or just a little bit of flour. Then form them into patties about 3 to 4 inches across, and gently add them to the melted schmaltz, which should be heated to around 350 degrees Fahrenheit. You're going to fry them for 3 to 4 minutes on one side until browned, and then flip them over gently and fry them for another 3 or 4 minutes on the other side. Then lift them out of the oil and let them drain on a rack over some paper towel. And to keep them nice and crispy while you fry the rest, you can put them into an oven at about 200 degrees Fahrenheit, just warm, just to keep them from getting soggy. So the thing with latkes is that they are all different, and they're supposed to be different. Some are darker brown, some are lighter brown, some are thinner, some are fatter, some have like pieces of potato coming out the sides, some are very perfectly round. It's really all varied, and it's supposed to be varied because during the 20th century it became very popular to host latke parties during Hanukkah, and if all of the latkes are the same, that would make for a very boring party. Now, what is not boring at all is the history of how latkes
I don't know, you go to a party and everyone's just
Hanukkah.
looking at latkes seems a tad boring. There's a smidge.
Hanukkah, which means dedication, commemorates the expulsion of the Seleucid Greeks by Judah Maccabee and the subsequent rededication of the temple, at which time they found only enough pure oil to light the temple menorah for 1 night. But it was going to take 8 nights to make more pure oil, and so God had to step in with the Hanukkah miracle of having that 1 night's worth of oil last for 8. And what does this have to do with latkes? Not much. There is a connection between foods fried in oil and the oil from the menorah, but many of those connections actually are much later. The original link between latkes and Hanukkah actually comes from a completely different story, and it was very popular in medieval Europe and was part of the Hanukkah story, but it has taken a back seat in recent centuries. It's honestly one of my favorite stories from the Bible, and it was popular amongst Jews and Christians alike throughout medieval Europe. It was the focus of many pieces of art, and I don't quite know why it went away, but it did. It's not even part of the Jewish canon, and it's left out of almost all Bibles today. It's the story of Judith and Holofernes. See, when the Assyrian army, led by the general Holofernes, went to capture Jerusalem, they first had to pass a city called Bethulia. But not wanting to attack the city outright, they surrounded it instead and cut off the city's water supply. And 34 days the Israelites held out, but finally they decided that they would have to capitulate, but they would give 5 more days for God to deliver them from their fate. And Judith, who was a prominent widow in the town, did not like this. Who are you that have put God to the test this day? Do not try to bind the purposes of the Lord our God, for God is not like man to be threatened. But the same...
He kinda is. Isn't there a story in the Bible where, like, someone tricks God? And it works? And we should praise him? I mean, God didn't know about Adam and Eve in the fucking eating the fruit of knowledge. God didn't know that Sodom and Gomorrah needed to be destroyed until his angels came down and scoped the place out. God was angry that Jesus was killed. God told Muhammad that the world would be Islamic really quickly and that there wouldn't be anything to worry about. Yeah, that didn't work out, did it? You know, God is not omnipotent, and he's definitely not all-powerful. Kind of just vaguely acts when he feels like it. He's a Greek god. You know, he has power, but he's like, whatever. I'm not vibing turning you to salt today. Oop, wrong one.
At the same time, she wasn't about to let this city be pillaged and her along with it, and so she decided to take matters into her own hand, and rather boldly stated, "Listen to me. I am about to do a thing which will go down through all generations of our descendants. Stand at the city gate tonight, and I will go out with my maid. And within the days after which you have promised to surrender the city to our enemies, the Lord will deliver Israel by my hand." And the rulers of the city were basically like,
you just bound God to a compact. You made a claim, no different than the others.
"Okay, good luck, lady." And that night she and her maid left the city and walked, bold as brass, into the Assyrian camp. But instead of killing them, as you would expect them to do, the Assyrian soldiers were like the wolf in a Tex Avery cartoon. They couldn't get enough of these ladies, so they took them straight to Holofernes' tent, where Judith said that she was going to turn her back on her people and help the Assyrians not only take Bethulia, but Jerusalem as well. For 3 nights, she and her maid stayed in the camp, and on the 4th night, Holofernes invited her to his tent for dinner. It was the moment Judith had been waiting for. She breaks out some wine and cheese that her maid had been holding in a bag and offers it to Holofernes. And Holofernes was greatly pleased with her and drank a great quantity of wine, more wine than he had ever drunk in any one day since he was born. Then Judith was left alone in the tent, with Holofernes stretched out on his bed.
They were starving and dying of dehydration, but they had more wine than a conquering king of the era had ever had in his life. Did she bring like an oil tanker of wine? Oh yeah, we just had that laying around somewhere. No. And is she just gonna stab him? That wasn't God, lady. That was you. You invoked the Lord in vain.
He passes out, and she has her maid come in with the bag that had held the wine and cheese. Then Judith went up to the post at the end of the bed, above Holofernes' head, and took down his sword that hung there. She took hold of the hair on his head and said, "Give me strength this day, O Lord God of Israel." Yeah. And she struck his neck twice with all her might, and said,
God didn't do that. Give yourself some credit, lady. God gave me the no, if God wanted to, God could have just gone whop and un-Assyrianed the world. That scene from Star Trek with the old guy with the tremendous magical powers that wiped an entire species out for killing his wife. He just in an instant just vanished them. Didn't even Thanos them in bits. He just that's a godly power. This is just her finding an excuse.
Severed his head from his body. The maid sticks the head in the bag that had held the wine and cheese, and they skedaddle back to Bethulia, where Judith holds the head up and says, "Hey everyone, look what I got." Well, the next day, their army, the Israelites, were so emboldened that they went out to the Assyrians, who were in complete disarray, and sent them away, defeating them. It's a great story. And it had absolutely nothing to do with Hanukkah. It didn't even take place during the Maccabean revolt that Hanukkah is based on. But it did have many of the same themes of the Israelites overcoming a foreign power. So during the Middle Ages, it was often told as part of the Hanukkah tradition. And it became tradition during Hanukkah to eat dairy to commemorate Judith defeating Holofernes, as it was with cheese and wine that she
Yeah, but there's also been there's a bunch of Jewish people getting
that
smashed.
The wine did most of the work.
Yeah.
And at some point, possibly in southern Italy or in Spain,
could have made
the
them
most
groggy,
popular
though.
dairy product to eat became a pancake of ricotta cheese and sometimes honey and egg. And Tori Avey, who has a fantastic food blog, made some of these, and I'll actually put a link in the description
They look nice.
if you want to go check those out. And they got a mention in the 14th century by an Italian Jewish poet who says that during Hanukkah, the important women should gather, knowledgeable about making food and cooking levivot, large and round, the whole size of the frying pan. He also mentions making sufganiot, which are basically jelly donuts that are fried, and they're fantastic, again tying in with the idea of frying in oil being a symbolic of the oil to light the menorah.
That's
so we
a
got to the
big-ass
pancakes,
menorah.
but they're made of cheese, not like the potato latkes that we usually associate with latkes today, at least in America and Northern Europe. Partly because they didn't have potatoes in medieval Italy, nor in ancient Judah. In fact, latkes as we know them today probably didn't crop up until the 18th and even 19th century. See, the fried pancake tradition made its way into the Ashkenazi Jewish population of Eastern Europe, and it's they that started calling them latkes. Latkes is a Yiddish word likely coming from the Russian latka, meaning patchwork, or Ukrainian word oladka, which refers to a pancake. And that came from a medieval Greek term for cakes made with olive oil. Though it's likely that those living in Eastern Europe weren't using a lot of olive oil, but rather butter or schmaltz. And some may have been cheese latkes, but most were probably made out of buckwheat, which was the common grain at the time in the area. It wasn't until the 1700s that potatoes even made it onto the pancake scene. First was in Prussia, where Frederick the Great popularized the potato. Then in Ukraine and Poland, there were several years, 1839 and 1840, when most of the crops did not survive, and so the governments there pressed the peasantry to plant potatoes to become the new major crop of the area.
And
Potatoes found their way
happened
into much of
because
the
of that.
traditional cuisine in all of Eastern Europe, especially Jewish cuisine like kugel, cholent, knishes, and of course, latkes. And these are the dishes that the Eastern European Ashkenazi Jews brought to America in the 19th century. And like I said, most of the recipes from this time called for butter or schmaltz to be used for the frying. Schmaltz seemed to be most popular in and around New York City. But both butter and schmaltz had their days numbered, for there was a new fat on the scene. Rabbi Margulies of New York said that the Hebrew race had been waiting 4,000 years for Crisco, because Crisco was kosher. But it wasn't Crisco that lit the menorah in the temple all those millennia ago. It was olive oil.
Coca-Cola.
And so olive oil, as it became cheaper and more readily available here in the United States, became the de facto oil to use for frying latkes.
That Corleone family supplied a large quantity of it. Good
vegetable
boys.
oil like corn oil. But since our
Don't listen
recipe
to the
comes
lies
from
about
100 years ago, I'm sticking with the schmaltz. So once all of the latkes are fried, they are ready to eat. But not alone. Never alone. Every old recipe says that they are served with something else. Some old recipes say tomato preserves. One from 1951 says serve hot with applesauce, cranberry sauce, sour cream, and or creamed cottage cheese. For me, I like to go with what is the most common today, which is either the applesauce or the sour cream. And here we are. Potato latkes ready for your Hanukkah latke party. I'm gonna go with applesauce. Let's give it a go.
Oh, crunchy, yeah.
Still quite hot. It's so crunchy. Yet, there's like a slim layer in the middle that is creamy. Almost like mashed potatoes. It's not mashed potatoes, but almost. Like, it's fantastic. Use the schmaltz. Please, use the schmaltz. The schmaltz just adds this richness that you're not going to get with any other kind of vegetable oil, olive oil. It's just not going to give you that depth. And potatoes are fairly mild in flavor. You know, the onion, you can add a little bit of pepper and everything, but it's the fat that really gives you the flavor. So whether you're Jewish or not, I say make yourself some latkes. They're a little bit of work, but not all that much work, and they're so absolutely worth it. Fried potatoes, what's not to like? And try the different toppings. Sour cream, I like sour cream on them. Applesauce, tomato preserves maybe. I'm up for anything. So have a happy Hanukkah, and I will see you next time on Tasting History.
Oi! Get that Gentile shit out of here with that Christmas. I think he does a Ramadan episode too. And I think he even does a Tet episode. Which that would probably taste amazing, seeing it's like Southeast Asia. All the foods out of Tet. Tet's the Buddhist holiday. Around about this time of year. I wonder about Kwanzaa. I wonder what foods Kwanzaa are meant to have. Oh, Kwanzaa. You try so hard, but no one cares. What the hell is Kwanzaa? That's from Futurama. I've been handing these books out for over 1,000 years. Kwanzaa, poor Kwanzaa bot. Ooh, Space Marines.
Virgilio serves as an Astartes of the Blood Angels, of the Sword of Baal. A brash, yet aloof Astartes, Virgilio would join his battle brothers in combating the Genestealer cults of the Tyrannid menace.
Hell yeah.
Upon the world of Naiades, within their hive city, the Angels of Death would fight across the swathe of heretics, in their pursuit of their captain, Orfeo. Ambushed within the tunnels of the hive city, several of the Astartes of the Sword of Baal would perish at the claws and fangs of the cult. Virgilio amongst them, mauled by the overwhelming hordes of the mutated cultists. His fighting spirit, unable to withstand the great maw of the Devourer. Fighting until the end, no matter the odds, and no matter the cost, in blood.
Neat. Zoe returns with an ultimatum from Jared. Oh, I try not to steal DP's stuff directly like this, but I tried to get Zoe onto the show. And they said that after they did the Teddy Ruxpin thing, they want to just like cut ties with all this shit. But here they are now. So either they were not 100% sure, talking out of their ass, or did not want to, or had a change of heart, or they were talking out of their ass and they just didn't want me to feel bad. I was serious though. I'd have them on the podcast to hear their side of the story. Not that they were hearing anything else but their side of the story, because the other side of the story is Jared's, and well, Jared's not exactly the most believable of people.
More memeable.
That was some epic content, I have to admit, but still quite sad.
He's so fucking fake and phony. I just want him. He never... You gotta love this. There, it's not... Gravity won't get it if I'm literally holding on to it. He never... outright... like... He never leaves his apartment, his house, so that means he will never get to see him get his ass kicked by some rando in the street. Someone's going to actually have to break into his house. Don't do it. Not for his sake, but for his parents' sake. If it was just him on his own, hey, maybe wait until after they've passed. I mean, if you're going to do something so stupid. Because you'll go to jail or even die in the hail of gunfire from the cops. It's not worth it. He's not worth it. But if you were going to do it, wait until his parents pass. And then burst into his... Because it's the only way we're ever going to see him get his ass kicked like that. Because we never didn't get to see his ass kicked in the dojo. We never got to see his ass kicked there. Fuck it. Let's put it up here. Hi, me. You like my nose?
Well, look, guys, more than anything, I just wanted to say this. For those of you who think that he needs to go to a home, like a group home or a halfway house.
Okay, where's the Zoe part?
You do to...
You know, I mean...
He is mad that King Cobra makes money and can do live streams and lives on his own. He's mad that King Cobra can do that and he can't.
Yeah. Right. The thing is, he could, because he's held down jobs before. Not for very long, but he could do it. If Jared really wanted to leave, he could sell off all his toys, enough to have a little bit of money in his pocket, and then find someone who's in an equally bad financial strait as him, and they could rent out a place together. Probably more than one person. And then... Well, he should get a job first and then move out of his house. But he's not going to. If he had what I had, the disability allowance, he'd squander it every week. When I got my DA, the first thing I did was to save up. That's a lie. The very first thing I did was I partied for a few weeks, and then I got a new computer. And then which caused me to save up. And then I went and got I saved up and I got a deposit down on my first apartment, and I moved out and I applied for living alone allowance and got it. And that was my first apartment. That was the shitty first apartment, but it was my first apartment. I was out. I was free. Not that at my house I had that much like control. It was just levels of privacy I didn't really have. Level of like just serenity. There's always something going on over there with my ma. Always. And you couldn't have peace. She doesn't like silence. Well, I fucking love it. Except when I'm talking.
You should go into the wand to make it.
Or when I'm sleeping, apparently. Oh, here we go. This is what I want to see.
No one wants to hear that crap from you.
If Cobra's got a wand selling business, Jared should start a face punching business.
Where he lets people punch his face for money.
Yeah, I think a lot of people would pay good money.
I'd be on down. I'd be down for that.
And he can't like block it. He has to stand there and take it.
I think it depends on the amount you pay.
No. I think he should have someone to make sure someone like me doesn't see red and start trying to like strangle him with an extension cord. But other than that, yeah, I think there should be like, you know, if he loses a tooth, if his nose gets broken 5 times in a row, if he could set the price. That's the thing. 100 for like a slap. Someone would pay 100 to slap him across the face. Someone would pay 200 to give him a mild tap. Someone would pay 500 to fuck him up a bit.
Like if you pay $5, he can try and dodge. If you
But
pay,
he can't swing back.
If you pay $100, maybe $5 he could swing back.
No.
$100 he can dodge. $1,000 you just gotta sit there, hands behind his back, and take it.
I volunteer as tribute. Make it happen.
No one wants to hear that crap from you.
If
keeps him there because she knows he's a danger and she feels responsible.
100% majorly awesome. That's 100. That's like.
Oh, that's true. Jared's mom keeps him there as danger and feels responsible. Yeah. Like, what? Are they going to let him go? He'd hide under a bridge like a fucking ogre or a troll and just, like, drag the first person with a pulse under it. Or at least he'd try to. And unless they were, like, really young, which he would go for, yeah, no, that would be something that, yeah, he'd definitely do that.
That's probably what is going through her head.
Ago, I was as chubby as Jared, and he was as skinny as me. Funny how the tables turn.
Wow.
Yeah.
But yeah, like she might be keeping him there because she knows what a fucking failure her and him are to society, right?
Quite
that would
possibly.
be the most reasonable thing. That's one of the reasons why I don't mind Jared sitting around stinking up his bedroom.
Just sitting there.
It's probably better off.
Just laying here in bed situation like a certain individual. And I fucking love it. Bring me forth the wine and cheese. Not from Judith though. Maybe not from her. I was gonna say Judas is the name of like just their faith. So that would be equivalent to calling someone Christina, and I'm like, yeah, Christina. But does that mean is there a Muslana? Is Isa? Isa sounds like it could be a name. Islama? Oh wow, the sun is actually coming up a bit earlier today. Holy fuck. So, oh hey, Crow, I didn't see you there. Released a chest burster in his place, and I'll have a roommate who are not paying half the rent can walk around half naked. Well, yeah. Yeah, you can. Although, you know, if your roommate asks you not to do that, I'd respect them enough to be Metal Monkey would he once said that like the shorts I was wearing were too short when I was standing nearby and he was sitting down and I'm like, it doesn't even have a dick flap, you can't see anything. He's like, yeah. So I just put a shrug and I went in and I stood back and yeah, that was about the only time. Actually, that's not true. I think he saw me naked once when I was getting wheeled onto the wheelchair. When my back went out, he had to help me get dressed. I was in so much agony. He said that's when he realized I wasn't faking it, because I couldn't even put my pants on, like my actual trousers on myself. Which of course I couldn't. Like I couldn't move. I was like a block of wood. I was in so much agony. Oh Jesus, that was just pure hell. Oh, that doesn't take me to a good place. It takes me to a bad place. Fuck.
There than like getting fired from a job because he was teaching little girls how to play piano.
Islamabad, maybe. Isn't Islamabad just Islam City or Islamburg? Burg is just city or town. Like that's the thing. A lot of these like nice sound, like cool sounding places, that when you translate them, they're just like river town or mountain village. Like Carrick-on-Shannon is literally the ford on the Shannon, where you can cross the river. Drumshambo up there is the houses by the cliffs, because there's a bunch of bluffs up there.
Piano and making them sit.
Drums.
Making them like changing seats with the drums. Yeah, the drummer, not the piano. That's weird though. He's like, you have to sit in this hot seat and get up and let me sit in your hot seat. Very weird shit. Very weird.
It's weird because there was another drum set. Like when there's two drum sets, there's no need to like get up and let someone else sit down at your drum set. You can play both at the same time. You can play together. That's why two drum sets is good, because they can learn how to play together. Like with your teacher, you can mimic what they do and keep a beat.
What was it? I'm gonna watch some videos till around about 9 o'clock, and then I'm gonna go and get washed up and have breakfast, then hop over onto Twitch. Now, at any point after noon, I might leave. So when you see this, you'll know what's coming. You know what's up, tubes. I might do it more than once a day too. For starters, I bloody need it. I've been stuck in this apartment, in this room more or less, for 3 days. I'm getting a little bit claustrophobic. I want to get out. So I will do an IRL stream at some point during the day if available. I did send Shabby that message there, so we'll see if he shows up or not.
Beat with them.
Now
we're
being
surprisingly hungry. Fuck.
Share a drum set in a room with multiple drum sets. It's weird.
Here's the beginning of it all.
This is what I want to see.
Jared did a video crying about how some guy he was a fan of didn't like him and banned him from his channel. The same old story. And Zoe left this comment on the video.
Have you ever stopped and thought to yourself, with how often you are pushed away from individuals and communities alike, that maybe, just maybe, you're the issue, Jared? Every time this happens to you, you whine about it and act like the victim. But really, hun, what is more likely? Everyone in the world basically wronged you, one after another, or there is something extremely wrong with you that places you into a sea of rejection. By the way, Jared, I wish to talk to you one more time. We can do this in private, or I can do it in public and humiliate you if you so wish.
Oh, public.
Right, and then we might have to go to the other view to read the rest, so I'll just switch to it here. Here's the next one, and I cropped out Jared's email. I'm not a fan of Jared, but I felt weird about showing his email.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, if you want to dox Jared, you don't need to. You just need to catfish him, and he'll do it himself. Like, he's a scumbag, so it's not a big deal. I was stuck at my place for almost a week with my brother and sister-in-law. I felt more sorry for them than me. Oh, I've been housebound far more than 3 days. But it's Wednesday, so I want to get drunk. I want to cook a really nice meal because I've been eating nothing but pasta, some Wonder Bread knockoff over here called Big Toasty, and actually I take that back. I've had real Wonder Bread, and that's some basic bitch shit. And I just want to stretch my legs. I also want to shake it up a bit, you know, streaming. IRL stream out. I can't do it out and about because there's no like cell towers around here. We are in like a mountainous little like ravines and shit. But the bars all have Wi-Fi, so I can find a little place and do it on my phone. Around about 5 o'clock, I think I'll go out and do that. I don't know how many of you guys will be. Plus, I have to go out and get my dinner, which will be which I've got up to the chipper to do. Fuck that cooking. I don't need to cook nothing. So I'll probably go out like twice. Yeah, I'll go out once to drop off the bottles, and I'll do that around about noon. And I'll then go up and get the I'll get my order down, go up to the shop and get my food. No, not get my food, get my no, drop my bottle off, go off and pick up my food, come back here, continue streaming, and at 5 go on up, get my order in, get the booze, do a live stream from the my phone, then come back here, do my and I suppose just go live. Won't stay long in the pub, like an hour at the most, half an hour. I don't know if it'll be on YouTube or Twitch. I'll try to post it when available, but I really don't know if I'll have the luxury or not. You'll see it. If you're following me on here, make sure the bell is turned on. And if you're following me on Twitch, make sure notifications are turned on. You'll see me when you see me. I can't chill myself because my phone is, well, it'll just end the stream if I try to do it. So, but look who's a wakey boy. I am Skep, and I'm stealing from DP because I saw Zoe is saying something. So fuck it. I'm awake. I'm a well sleeped. I went to a strange place. And you were there. And you were there. And you were there. I liked reading the messages of how much they fucking Missy could not stand that voice actor for the Wizard of Oz. So of course we have another hour and a half today, tomorrow and Friday.
So yeah.
Hello, Jared. I think it's time for you and me to have a little talk. It would be in your best interest to lend me your ear because I'm going to make you a very merciful offer at first. Ignoring me will only force me to skip that act of mercy.
Zoe did tell me that she doesn't want to bring it up that much more because it's fucking around with her depression. So this is a bit weird.
So this is a shakedown,
Get on the
right?
train and ride it. Woo woo woo. I'm way too high right now.
Choo choo.
About to get higher. Woo woo woo. Hey hey.
Oh, and always,
Teddy.
if you're enjoying the
Teddy,
stream, don't forget
honest-
to like, share, and subscribe. Check out the links down below. Skep, your link's still down there. This saves time to copy and paste everything. So check out Skep's Nazi Puncher game. Don't forget that we have I do the gaming stuff for this week over on Twitch. And today is the day of the watch party. So if you are subscribed over on Twitch, I'll bring you in. Also, don't forget, we have a stream goal. Anything given, greatly appreciated, not required. And yeah, you already know my timetable of today.
Honestly, I don't know what your hang-up is, but I was really hoping you would hop in to face the Star Spangled Luchador, because I thought that would have been
Teddy's
amazing.
not cringe.
It's
That's-
not about being cringe now. It's literally just everyone just putting in their
Wizard
best
of Oz
performance,
chick.
and I think the Teddy Rubskin
Strict
character
died so many
would
cigarettes.
be
Oh yeah,
perfect.
Judy Garland
for Actual Mania could probably win a championship.
Teddy, if we invented a hero class for you to fight in, would
We
you
don't
fight
need a
in the
new-
hero class?
It's not even a class. It's literally just
Get on
all
with it.
One thing, and
He does not want to fight.
oh, you're
Luchador.
afraid you're gonna lose. Okay,
He's
never
too
mind,
cool.
Teddy. Never mind, Teddy.
Teddy Rubskin knows. He's just a
Oh,
chill
shit.
guy. Teddy Rubskin should be commissioner.
Here's the next one.
Yo, this is Jared. What you got to say, dude? I really don't have time for this BS anymore.
We get it, Teddy. You're scared. We get it. So yeah, this is Jared. I don't have time for this BS anymore, bro. I'll tell you what. I'll read Jared's. So this, I believe this is a Zoe one. Oh,
Holy
my God,
fuck.
So long.
Oh my God. Hello, hun. How are you this beautiful day? Skipping further pleasantries, I think you forgot something. You gave me your home phone number, remember? You expressed how your mother would be dismayed if it got out again after 2. The reason why I bring this up is simple. One phone call and I could be talking to your father and lead him to see all the evidence. So I'm going to break this down for you. These are all the possible outcomes. 1, you take my merciful offer of leaving the internet for good. This includes both children and adult spaces, not just video sharing sites, but all spaces like social media, chat rooms, and literally any part of the internet where you can possibly interact with others. You ride off into the sunset, and I'll even be generous enough to let you make a goodbye video. 2, you refuse, and I call your father. Even if you do something like steal or break their phone, don't forget I also have your home address. And no, this isn't a threat, as I will come in peace, knock on your door, and talk to your father in person. With everything printed out on paper of all the things you said, and then show him the interview on my phone, too, if he wishes to hear more. I ask for your father to kick you out then and there, too. 3, dear old dad refuses to kick you out, and I reveal the nuclear option. In this case, I tell him I know about the hoarding, which has led to an unsafe environment and no doubt a fire risk.
Yeah. Now this is shades of Chris Chan, isn't it? It's like
Yeah.
that's what Bob was really afraid of. That Chris was going to cause them to get kicked, their house condemned because it was a fire hazard, and it did end up catching fire eventually.
It did.
Eventually, it did.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, Chris Chan had gone quiet for some time at that point, as much as Chris Chan did. And then suddenly there was a fire. We're like, what the fuck? And then, which Chris blamed the trolls on. No, your parents were old and mentally ill, and they were hoarders.
there's animal
And yes, you
hoarding,
have to
too,
be a little
that I know
mentally
about
ill
from
to be a
Jared's
hoarder.
house.
Animal hoarding?
Yes.
Like
Cat
poop
hoarding.
and stuff, or what?
Yeah, they're hoarding so many animals that
Oh,
it's
yuck.
unsanitary.
Yeah.
I make it clear I am willing to report this to your town and make it clear either you go or you and your parents all become homeless. And yes, I can do all this with a simple report. And soon after, an inspector would pay you a visit. Not only will you be evicted over time, I convince your father you going is better than all 3 of you becoming homeless and him having to deal with very expensive fines.
You know, I want to point out that animal hoarding in many cases, it's considered animal abuse and is illegal.
Oh, yeah.
So if the environment, if you've got...
I saw a thumbnail or something. A woman was found with... No, yeah, Mai posted this on Twitter. It was... Woman found with... Woman hoarder found with... I think it was like 500 rats and a toddler. And it was just like the rats just had complete control of the entire house.
Like dozens of cats in one house and it's all dirty and like covered in their shit. Like that, you can be charged with animal cruelty on top of anything else, of your house getting condemned or whatever.
4, the nuclear option is initiated. All 3 of you are ejected from the house. They likely go to stay with your sister as you remain homeless. This is, of course, the worst option for everyone. I do not wish to do it, but I will if it comes to it. Whether you choose it for selfish reasons, or maybe you actually have an ounce of actual love and care for your parents, I think you should take option number 1. If you need time to think on it, I will give you until Thursday. If you don't reply by then or refuse before, then I will proceed to option 2. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them. I'll even talk over the phone with you if you wish. Hope to hear from you soon, hun. Sincerely, your waking nightmare, Madam Dominatrix Zoe.
Whew. That's a lot. So what do you think of the options?
I think option number 1 is a good one.
Yeah.
Just quit the internet, Jared. It's time.
I kind of like the idea of punitive actions against their parents for letting him live the life that he's lived. But they might generally be like completely ignorant of just how much of a monster he is.
Guess he didn't take option 1.
Oh?
Yeah. So, LMAO, thanks for the laugh, babe. You know what I'm saying. By the way, me and Floofus had a good laugh about your cope.
Tell you what, how about you go to your father right now and ask him what would happen if the house ended up being reported for being a danger due to the hoarding, then come back to me. You have until Thursday. Don't listen to your trolls in the Discord. I think you should read this in the meantime. This is
it's a link.
Real estate
The end
for
of Jared
hoarder.
is nigh. Either way.
This is a hoarder
Don't say that. I have a feeling.
article.
A feeling he's
The girl
going to
that ruined your
squirm
whole world,
around.
Zoe the Juggernaut Slayer.
Sweet cheeks, I'm in the country. Did you maybe forget about that? I could paint my house pink and put a cock on the front door and not a single soul would say shit. Anyway, thanks for the great sexting. I know you enjoyed it. I'll be here when you're ready to grow up and throw away the SJW bullshit. XOXOX. All the best love. So he thinks it's okay to have a hoarding house in the country. He thinks like there's
Yeah, he could, paint the house pink and put a cock on the front door if he wanted to.
you could do
He should be
that. That's
fined.
not the same as having an unsanitary hoarding situation. Like the health
No,
department
he
doesn't
could
care
actually be
about a pink
fined
house or
to
a
put
cock
his
on the
house,
door.
turn it pink
Jared
and put a
just
big cock on it.
Blaring. The end is nigh. The end is nigh. Time to run
It's
away.
not.
Jared,
Stop getting your
the end
hopes
is
up.
truly nigh.
The end is nigh.
Hitting him where it
Oh well,
hurts.
Egghead would do this. Oh, and this is
For
this is
fuck's
something
sake,
that I
Jared,
think
I
Zoe
know
needs
if
to.
this is your
I think Zoe needs to just stop talking there. It would have been more ominous if Zoe hadn't done anything after this point. You have until Thursday. And then just leave it blank. Let him stew in his own fear. Instead, Zoe, you've got the spirit, but you don't have the skill.
Assistant work, or if you really are this
train
regarded.
POOT.
Yeah.
Fuck sickos.
Fuck the chicos. Thank you, Jess, bro. Safety regulations of houses exist everywhere, including rural areas.
I'm going to start fat hoarding. Going to imprison other fats.
Fat hoarding?
How would you do that?
Oh, damn, you're going to need some solid
Here's a company
concrete
that works with law
floors.
enforcement and city town governments with hoarders in your very county, specifically their hoarding service. If you don't think those regulations and laws exist there, why do you have a specific office to report it to?
Yeah. They had so there's a private company that they work with.
Yeah.
Like the local authorities to clean up hoarding houses.
Like if you're a part of
it
like America,
exists
you're going to have
in
to follow
Jared's
some
area.
state's rules on this,
Man,
right?
Jared. It's an easy choice to me. Right, Jared?
Yeah, Jared, you don't want to be tossed into
I like the
cold
fucking
night
bedroom
air
brain
with howling
asshole.
wolves
It happens.
and coyotes and mountain lions
All right,
hungry for you.
Keep dancing under my coals, bitch. I live in y'all's heads rent free, and there's nothing you can do about it. You know what I'm saying?
Look at this. Yeah,
You'll
like
be
this
living
is
anywhere soon. In fact, you've convinced me to skip to option 4 because not only do you absolutely deserve to be on the streets, but the more I think about it, the better off your parents will be. Not only will they be free of an ungrateful man-child predator like yourself, but your mother is clearly not getting any help with a hoarding issue, which is genuinely creating a health risk to your parents. This at least gets them out of that environment and hopefully leads to your mother getting help, which, by the way, shows you never truly cared even for your mother, because any child that cares for their parents would have stepped in and tried to help her. You would want a clean and healthy environment for her, whether or not you live there too, but you didn't. You're a piece of shit for a son, and I hope you know how utterly
On the
disappointed
plus
with your
side, if they live in a hoarding house, you might not even need to make a midnight trip with some kerosene. They might do it themselves.
Your parents are in you. You're the only person I've
shouldn't
ever
do
met
that.
that has been so perfectly matching, being disgusting on the inside and out. I give you a chance that was more than fair. Not only will I be reporting your house, but I will work with others to do the same, ensuring it becomes a high priority for your town to deal with. Now I will leave you with a poem that I wrote just for you.
Oh, come on.
Roses are
This is
red,
kind of
violets
cringe.
are blue.
It's funny because the video we watched last time was like Jared being like, I know she really liked me, bro. She defended me. She defended me. It's like, you're so stupid. She was only doing it to trick you. And now this is Zoe now, Jared. You're such a moron.
Do you think Zoe didn't like all the sexting?
No, I think she was just holding her nose and typing it. Just like a phone sex operator, like back in the day, they weren't really into it. It was just
I don't know. Last time I wrote a poem for somebody is because I really liked
Leave
them.
Brendan Fraser alone. He's all chubby.
The fail. Oh, sweet Jared, will you have regret? I was all.
Yeah, the fail. I fucking said it. I stand by it. Brendan Fraser was inspired by Jared to turn his body into what he did for the whale.
Always your biggest threat. You thought I wanted your heart, but all I desire is to tear you apart. To your face I praised your ACOC. Behind your back I did mock. Oh, Jared, don't look so sad. Not until I take your pad. If I testify against you in court, wave, don't be shy. Until then, this is goodbye. Zoe, P.S.
They just wanted to
I'll always
upload
be
there.
watching
They
you.
just wanted to
But, yeah,
upload there.
This is obviously role-playing. This is she called herself a dominatrix. This is the ultimate financial domination for somebody who doesn't have any money. You send them homeless.
That's all well and good, babe, but you are missing one thing. I walk in the light of Jesus Christ. There is nothing.
Just ask how Vigilant Christian and Kanye, how useful that is.
A rainbow-haired demon fuck like you can do that will hurt even one hair on my head. Why do you think I've made it this far? Pure luck. Seems like only
Falling through the
retard
cracks
here
of
is you.
society.
All the best. You know what I'm saying?
This is
See
weird.
what I mean?
It does feel sadistic, Nistia. For those of you watching that think this is weird and feel sadistic, hopefully this will be the last we ever hear from Jared.
We'll see.
Oh, if it works, I'll have nothing but praise. It's just... I'd have ended it after the first one. I'm actually just going to skip ahead now and see if there's anything else on the topic. What the fuck?
Took a picture of Jared's house from Google Maps and photoshopped a sign in front of it and put it on, like, you know when you look up a business, it'll show you pictures.
Brendan Fraser is a national treasure. Jared is a stain on my pants. Sure, but you need to be inspired by something, right? Like, The Mummy is inspired by those 1920s, 1930s movies. Like the sort of like adventure films and Indiana Jones. So The Whale is inspired by somebody who is very sad and lonely. All I'm saying is the two look remarkably similar. And not just because both of them are overweight. A lot of chonkers are around here. Typing it. The All hail the blue whale. I mean, look at him. He looks so much like him. I was saying this last night. He looks so much like him. Not just because he's fat, but like the skin tone, the dead eyes. Like, but of course, his story is a story of a human being who's just fallen on hard times. Jared has always been hard times, and not in the sort of like hard times breed hard men. No, Jared's just a puddle of goo. He's a bag of wet suet, of lumpy cement. No, that's too sturdy. Mashed potatoes. He's a big out of date, soggy bag of mashed potatoes festering in the sun.
Pictures associated with, like the picture of the front of it and like the inside of it. Well, someone registered Jared's house as a business and posted a picture of his house with a sign in front of it. I'm not going to show his house, but I'm going to show what the sign says. Like cropped it out. It said
Jared Genesis House of Penance.
Penance.
Like
service time Sunday morning 10 a.m. evening 6 p.m. Wednesday 7 p.m. Pastor Jason D. Frank.
Jason, yeah, it's registered. Someone registered it on Google as like a church, and photoshopped this sign in front of it. Like it's a church. It's so ridiculous. Ugh.
All right. Good hustle. Unless there's more.
All right.
So we'll find out on Thursday then.
There are two recent ones, and then we're done with this.
Okay.
This is part one of the final
From Zoe?
Yes, from Zoe.
After the poem and the eyes goodbye, there's another message?
This is what I'm saying. You know, you can do more with less. I would have sent that poem after making the report on Thursday, you know?
Responded recently with the like, calm down, Zoe. I know this isn't you, bro.
Dear Jared, first let me make it clear that I have not sent you nor anyone else viruses. I assure you that it's almost certain that your friends are also simply lying to you. You, however, are a real target to people, so I have no idea if your PC is infected or not. You know, Jared, this is one of the few areas, despite everything that I generally felt sorry for you for, that you truly are alone and are so desperate to think that any of these
Jared
people are your
versus
friends.
Ethan Ralph in a 3-round bitch boy slap. Who would win?
Probably Ethan Ralph.
Ethan.
You know, Ethan Ralph's taking some savage beatings. You know, Jared, this is one of the few areas, despite everything that I generally felt sorry for you, that you are truly alone and you're so desperate to think that any of these people are your friends. If you weren't a pedophile and didn't have just downright evil positions on some subjects, I actually would have been a real friend to you, and likely so would have others, but you aren't a good person by any means, and you choose to be this awful version of yourself. Don't mistake those people as your friends, just as I'm not your friend. No one is your friend, and as harsh as this may sound, it is the most honest thing I will ever say to you.
Wow, that is so brutal, and it's
No,
true.
I can get more brutal. I mean, I basically said I kind of wish that he was a miscarriage or something like that. I would be happy if we never heard of Jared because he was never born, you know? Those people who are like, oh, I could never go back in time and kill baby Hitler, give me the fucking gun. Because it isn't just then. Like, what happens if you killed baby Hitler and then you're stuck in the past? You're now known as a child murderer in a country where lynchings were commoner. I'd take that L. I'd die. They'd call me a monster.
Secondly, you don't know me, Jared. That person you were talking to all this time is almost entirely a fictional version of myself, with a few exceptions typically regarding subjects I actually enjoy talking about that we had in common. I never loved you. I was never your friend. Much of the time, I simply learned what you wanted and tried my best to morph into that so that you would find me more appealing, or how you thought I was like you, when it comes to kids, you assumed on your own that I was like you, so I rolled with it so you would open up more about it, and I could further extract things to use against.
If Jared was anywhere competent, he would be on the dark web all the time. And he would, he'd never talk openly about his fucked up views. But luckily, he's really dumb. He's really fucking dumb. So
you in hopes of you
I'm
being
surprised we don't know his
arrested.
social security number.
And this is the
Third, it's too late to apologize. I'm guessing either one of the trolls decided to be benevolent and talk some more sense into you, or that you actually talked to your father like I tried to get you to, but instead you decided to be an asshole. Even if you agreed to my previous terms, it's too late. Everything is out there. I'm sure you're aware of my video. There's no putting the genie back in the
went over
bottle.
to Teddy
I made it
Ruxpin.
clear what
They
would
went over to
happen
Teddy
if you
Ruxpin.
refused. It's done, and as much as you don't deserve any advice or aid, now would be a good time to be looking at shelters near you.
Oh my God.
Sell the retro games that are worth money like Clock Tower, open a bank account, and apply for Social Security and have it direct deposit to your bank. That
Oh my god, he doesn't have a bank account or social security number. Like, does he even have a birth cert? Like, what the fuck?
way you could use a debit card. It likely won't be enough to get you an apartment, but at least you could eat and buy other basic necessities. This is the difference between you and I. You have zero remorse or care for others, and even though you're a monster, I do hate you, Jared. I actually don't want you to suffer. I simply want kids to be safe from you, not just physically, but online as well. Plus your parents, given that you have been without a doubt the worst thing that has ever happened to them, and you're a threat to your father, and I cannot in good conscience leave that be. My offer of mercy was actually very unethical on my part, and I realize that now, and I'm glad you foolishly refused.
Wow.
Fourth, I'm not pandering to DP. Certain members of the DP community was just an outlet to dump the leaks and get more attention on it, hopes that more people report to get you arrested, as well try to recruit someone from there that would play the niece role.
Which we wouldn't do. I was against.
By the way, the niece doesn't even exist, but none of them felt comfortable doing that, which is understandable.
Yes.
My contact with Ben and Billy, however, has been extremely minimal and only existed in the YouTube chats. The only role they personally was revealing and reading leaks. I did this all entirely on my own volition, and I would do it again. Goodbye, Jared. Zoe. I said I would play the niece, but I wanted to show up at his house dressed up as an 8-year-old. That was the only way.
Little pigtails, giant fucking sundress.
So there's that. I don't know if there's been any new developments or what, but I guess we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see by Thursday, won't we? Alright. Now I go from stealing... That was interesting. It was very interesting. I'll have an entire week to catch up on. YouTube-wise. When this is all over. Because a lot of the things I don't really want to watch. That's the only DP thing I want to watch. Maybe on Thursday we'll check in to see if there's updates. Probably won't be. Anyway. What the fuck? Trying to find something that isn't too nerdy. Don't want cooking videos. We already watched a cooking video. Very angry kitty. Trying to think. Is that the guy from Channel 5? Yep. Oh my god, they're on HBO. Wow. They're doing well for themselves. Zone TV. I'll watch that on my own time, thank you very much. I owe much of my discovery of the glory of Japanese media to Zone 10. Alright, we're gonna watch this as I get everything reset.
I'm calling tonight, baby.
What?
I'm looking at you. I'm calling tonight.
Out of bed. Time to start our new day.
Can we get some nuggets? I really want some nuggets.
Bed is comfy, but food is tasty. Alcohol is plentiful. And memes abound.
You're literally gonna fall asleep right here.
Never again. Can I just go to sleep? Yes, yes, and yes. Oh.
How about you stop? How about you stop?
How about you? How about you stop?
Tell him. Stop being lame.
Can I see it? Can I see it?
You
Gotta put the-
I know you love your stream.
Oh, my
So
stream.
wake up, talk to your stream.
Okay,
Turn it around so
I'm
you
gonna talk about stream.
Turn it around so you
I'm gonna talk about stream. I'm gonna talk about stream.
Turn it around.
Take me to the store. UFC. Now. I say
Enjoy Blade.
You can turn your stream around so you can see it.
I'm gonna sleep a lot bit.
No, you're not going to sleep a little bit, or even a little bit. Hey, come on. Come on. Dude.
Figure it out.
Brian, come on. No. You better get off that. Oh my god. First of all, dude, you need to go pee. Go pee on the potty. Hey. Brian.
Figure it out.
I don't need to. You need to figure out. Wake up. Ow. Stop it.
Bill Ballinger sent $15.
Aw.
I told you I would donate 15 for you to dump water on his head, not a pathetic little splash of water. Dump a full glass of water on his Becky if you have any balls.
I mean, I don't really have balls because I'm a girl, but I'm sure I could do it. Y'all doubt me. Oh, whoops. I did it wrong. I cannot do this guy stream. Let me figure this out.
Cool.
Because I'm the one that has to clean up the water mess.
I love you. I love you.
Dude! Alright, here. Hold on. Hey.
What?
If you don't wake up, I'm dumping water on you, so I need you to wake up.
Don't do it.
Can you please get up then?
Okay, cool.
Why are you asleep already?
I'm lit.
Babe, come on, get up.
I won't dump water.
It's 9 o'clock. Oh my god, it's 9 o'clock, dude.
Deal.
Can you please get up?
Talk to him. I'll figure
I
it out.
could even get drunk earlier
Please get up, please
than
get
I
up,
expected.
Please get up, please
Because I
get
can
up.
just have a nap
Please get
right
up,
here
please get up,
on stream.
please
You
get
guys
up,
can
please get
fucking
up,
torment
please
me.
get up, please get up, please
I'll
get
get it
up.
up. I'll get it up.
Is that more V? What's left of one?
See?
Yeah.
That guy's is annoying. If I was sitting here saying, like, please get up, please get up, that's fucking annoying, I know it. That's why I did it. Look at it, he got up. Forget a glass of water. Yes, I would totally do that. Glass of
Only real men eat
Can I sleep a little bit?
Special K out of a giant
Yeah,
cup.
Let's go have a cig.
Let me sleep a little bit.
No, put your shoes on. If you go to sleep, we're over. We're over, dude. That's it. That's it.
Why
Because
would
then
you
you're
say-
just
why
a
would you
quitter.
say that? Why would you say that?
I'm just kidding. No, don't go to sleep.
I really want to sleep, please.
Peace.
Well, let me eat some. What up?
No more eating. No more eating. Eating puts you to sleep.
What's up? What do you want me to do to make
Stop eating, dude. Seriously.
It's a piece of fucking fat, nigger.
You have an eating problem. You have an eating problem, seriously, babe. Come on.
You should eat some more.
I don't want to eat more.
What's up?
Stop.
What do you want me to do?
I would like you to... There you go. Yes, dude. Jumping jacks, dude. Perfect. Yep. Exercise. Snow angel. You owe a snow angel. You snow and... you owe a snow... No. No. Are you done?
For a year now, I've said that it's getting sad looking at all the RV streamers, but then it keeps getting sadder. Like, it keeps getting sadder and sadder and sadder and sadder and sadder. There has to be a bedrock. It could be death.
With me?
Maybe they'll do a Weekend at Bernie's thing where it's like fucking Blades in the car and Content's driving, trying to get him to some place to dump the body. And they go through like a customs inspection. So your friend here, oh, he just partied too hard. And he's got shades on him and a big hat.
So, am I free to go?
Yeah, free to go. You go, bitch.
Okay. No, I don't hate you. Am I?
Apparently.
Apparently. There's your answer. Apparently. I don't hate you guys at all. I think you guys are the funniest part of the whole thing.
I've been distraught too.
I'm not that comfortable on stream. Like, some people think I'm like all about the attention and shit. I'm not that comfortable with it.
Yeah, I'm straight figured out.
But, you know, I try. I don't know. I'm just...
I'm gonna get my clothes I'm gonna wear, bring them in here, and put them by the radiator, because they're out there in the freezing cold. You don't have a dryer, so I just hang them up, dry. Which in the summertime, no problem. Hell, they usually dry within a day, on like the really hottest days of the year. But in the wintertime, it's like putting on an icicle. So, I'm gonna go and grab those.
Me, I'm just me, that's all. Like, I
Babe,
can't...
end the stream.
What?
Babe, end the stream. Figure it out.
No. Yeah, I gotta get something. Talk to your stream. Yeah, I gotta grab something. I owe them since you're not doing this. Snow angel or water on the head? Which one?
Exactly. Yeah, that's serious. I'm talking.
Stop!
I'm talking to him.
Give it.
Back up, bitch.
That's. See, that's. No, honestly, that's what I'm thinking too. Because, like, he hasn't been to the doctor since California. Oh no! Here we go.
Back up, bitch. Do better on the Blaze stream. Yeah, it's Blaze.
better on the Blaze.
Yeah, give it to me.
Good thing Blade still has the priorities set, right? Gotta get a cup of tea now.
Go.
I mean, he kind of. Never mind.
Go get some nigger. I'm gonna talk about us.
Alright, talk about us. I gotta go outside and grab something real quick.
Cool.
You are kind of a brat.
I'm kind of awesome, and you're kind of stupid. And figure it out.
Yeah, okay. I'm stupid the day I believe that.
Exactly. I bought that coat. Go buy a bottle. Let's figure it out. I love you guys. I'm better than you. Are you gonna go out there?
Yeah.
Are you?
Yeah, for a second.
You gonna steal my cigarettes?
No.
I know. I love you. Hey, baby, come back here naked. Figure it out.
I will be right back.
What's up, low self-esteem?
Like, What?
What's
I don't
up?
have low self-esteem.
You do.
Now I can sit and enjoy this. If enjoy is the right word.
Party!
Making my cereal go slightly soggier.
Is she gonna come back?
Mm.
You gonna come back? Dude, I was trying to
Edgar.
sleep around this shit.
I thought that too a few times.
Baby, come back. Hey, cold bitch. Fucking figure it. Out, bitch. Did I really?
Can't believe this is twice as often. I've done this now twice. First with Jared and the whale. But yeah. You know, if I end up having alcohol this much control of my life, hope those of you who at that point are still watching, stop watching. Because the bandwagon is not, I can't even see it off in the distance. I've fallen off it that much.
I'm really hungry. I'm really hungry. No one's gonna rape her. Hey, rape her! Never. Hey, Beck! What's up with that poke?
Saying that, I am going to get trashed today. I'll be looking forward to this all week.
Well, shit. Beck! Come hither.
They look like they have the best relationship.
That's not a reasonable thing. Beck! Call Uber, dude.
Kayblade donated $3. Hell yes, you're awesome. Keep the stream going though, please. Also, Beck is jealous she can't be as cool as you because she's a faggot nigger.
I know, dude. I know, dude.
As you do when you talk to about your partner. Alright. Is Gucci's depressed? Yeah, she's probably very depressed. And she's probably never being like sat down with a therapist.
This for why I'm making this video. So I don't even really realize, but people thought like I'm like hinting to me being a pedophile, which I'm not, and I know I'm not, and like it doesn't matter what fucking like justification or explanation I give you. At the end of the day, people are gonna like fucking like frame me, defamate me, whatever you want to fucking.
No one thinks you like little kids go. And there's no but at the end there. No, there is. You have many other problems. But you don't like little kids. When someone, you know what? When someone says, I've got proof you're a pedophile, don't acknowledge them, except to say, then prove it. If I am a danger, people need to know. That's a serious accusation. You want to see me in court over this? And no one will come forward if you're talking out of your ass. If there's a little bit of suspicion. Here's actually a good example. I don't know why, but this special K tastes actually really nice today. Less bland as it was yesterday. Here's a good example. If Jared live stream and suddenly a door broke down and cops smacked him to the floor, put their hands behind his back and dragged him off. Stream ended. And then a few days later, the local news reported on a child predator. But then he was let go because while looking over it, he claims constantly to want to do this, but there's no evidence that he ever did. I'd actually believe that he never did because he's so inept and so stupid and so isolated. But if instead he got a letter in the mail saying that he has to register himself as a sex offender or a danger or something under a sex offender, I'd be like, yeah, that sounds about right. Like, Jared clearly has those tastes. No one denies that. But he hasn't done them yet. In fact, he's probably still a virgin. I can't imagine him even hiring a hooker, you know? Not to say there's anything wrong with hookers. As we know, I'm very pro sex worker in our community. We've had more than one on our podcast. And we're going to have more in the future, I guarantee you. They're fun. They're far more real than a lot of other people. As they have to put up with a lot more crazy shit. They've got more interesting stories. They're more laid back. I mean, how prudish would you be if you were a hooker, you know? Oh, you'd be like Danny, the champion of the world's mom. Who was so terrified of him having immoral thoughts that she sewed his underwear into his clothes. But then every night he was told to go underneath the bed and hear on top of the bed his ma getting railed. Like I suppose there is prudish sex workers. Maybe, denial sex workers would probably be prudes. Not thinking of it.
However you say the word.
But no, Goo's not.
And IP2 allows it. And
15
they
outside?
Still, like, put
I didn't
me
actually
on the
check to
network
see
and
what's
shit
out here.
and like, whatever online. But there's so many haters out there, and I was just literally debating to see who the fuck
Debating?
put in like one little comment section about like one video where I put cheese pizza. Literally all I have to do is put my title as cheese pizza, and people are like, oh, you're a pedo, you're a pedo, you're a pedo, even though I'm like the only person
44.
that literally, like, maybe not the only
Feels
person,
like
I think I
36.
just went to fucking
America always has the weather worse than us, but we're not used to it as much, so it hits us harder. I mean, I've been to America during blizzards, plural, and yeah, they hit different in every way possible. But, you know, cold is cold. I was still dying of hypothermia in New York, and I was still freezing absolutely cold this time last year. Not this time last year. But when Lady started to see, the reason she gave me this radiator in the first place was because she just thought my room was so bloody cold. And I thought it wasn't so bad, and then that night, we were both huddled together in bed, waiting for the regular heating to go on. And she was like, nah, hold on. And then she called up her mom, and then the next morning she came around with the fucking radiator. She was too good to me.
But I've been to Comet Ping Pong before the whole fucking Pizzagate shit and after it. Anyways, to the point. You guys are just fucking sheeple. You're fucking bandwagoning. You fucking just love to fucking hate watch me. You fucking watch me and fucking shit on me no matter what I do.
So I don't always shit on you. Sometimes I shit on you when you deserve to be shit on. Like I've said this before, I wouldn't want to hang out with you because you just get absolutely trashed and like start hurling rocks at people you thought were looking funny at you. I was thinking like, what's the core of it? What? Is Gucci's gonna stay with Elisa again? What, they broke up again? Also, Elisa, why? She's just gonna use and abuse you.
Be funny. Elisa, is that the real you, Elisa? I would love to live with you. Can I live with you, Elisa?
Elisa's like, ha, fuck no. I'll keep milking you though, cow. Oh damn, that's an image.
Okay, like, part of your rent and shit. I love Cali. But I'm all the way on the opposite side of the country.
Wait, they're not in... What the fuck is going on over there?
I would love to live with you. Why didn't you tell me that sooner? What the fuck? Also, I lost my vape again.
She needs to get her vape on like a little chain. Oh fuck, is there a fight going on in the background?
Fuck, I'm done. I'm done. It's whatever.
She's trashy, but she's real.
I'm gonna have to go back in the bathroom real quick.
She's always drunk, and she'll usually take anything offered to her. She did, salvia, I think, and she was like, don't like this, don't like this. Well, yeah, obviously. Microdose that shit very slowly and clear your day. And don't do it if you're in a bad mood. Or do spice and do the video like Cobes did.
Do you guys see, like, I dropped a vape.
I don't think you dropped it over here.
If she's in New York...
Where's the closest vape shop?
Oh, it'd be wrong for me not to seek her out, but I'd hate myself. And I wouldn't go alone, I'd go with at least Magicus or
I
Missy.
just want to get my vape, dude.
Missy. I'd feel safer with Missy.
I just want to get my vape.
Yeah, are you recording me?
No, it's on me. Yeah.
No, it's on me, and you can see their faces.
You want to see? Are you okay with it?
No. Oh, okay.
This is such an American thing. Are you recording me? Are you recording me? Are you recording me? It's gonna feel so weird streaming in IRL outside of like my hotel room. Well, my hotel. But yeah, I'll probably will spend at least one night in a hotel room, maybe more. I smell mint. Oh shit! This is what a few days ago Metal Monkey said he smelled like fabric softener or air freshener in the air. Problem solved. These are my very trendy and very cool boxers that are just recently out of the wash. And they're all dry and ready to be put on. And I put them on the radiator so it feels nice and warm. But I literally put them on the radiator. So the fabric softener is basically burning off them. And it's filling the air with a really nice sort of summer breeze or whatever the fuck it's called. Weird.
Like, I have to turn my camera around.
Oh, you don't remember? Yeah, you don't. Yeah, you didn't recognize Gucci straight away?
I don't want CBD though. I want some fucking nicotine.
I don't know where that is.
They're kids.
They don't know what nicotine is. They want to
You don't
smoke.
know where any fucking like vape shops are at? Oh my god.
24-hour vape shop. I'd hate to.
I just lost my fucking vape. Don't start. Are you talking to me? Okay. No, I'm not saying it in an aggressive way.
I don't mean. She said it so sort of knee-jerk, sort of.
Don't start. Are you talking to me? Okay.
That's not what she said. She didn't say okay.
No, I'm not saying it in an aggressive way.
Oh.
I'm not from here, so like I'm like freaking out. I just don't know where I'm at.
Gucci's is fucked up. I've said this before, but probably very bad things have happened to Gucci's and she just can't remember them.
There might be like a ghost fucking...
A ghost? I'd keep the stream on if I was her. You know, she's clearly kind of off. Alright. Oh shit, no, we gotta end the stream right now. Because we're about to hit the 12-hour mark. I was at this barcade one time, lost my lighter and asking randos for it the whole night. I'm telling you, I've met welder chicks. This one can't be on ones that can't be on camera like this. Oh, I've met ones that are acting wilder for sure, but yeah, she but Goo isn't so much wild as she is just absolutely trashy. Like, she's not threatening someone with a knife every 5 seconds. I knew a girl who did that. She came in and she was like, hey, this is my friend. Let's call her Susan. And Susan's like, hi, and then takes out this crazy ass looking blade, and she's like, just so you know where we're standing. And everyone was like, and her friend looks at her and goes, taps her on the shoulder and walks off. And we all thought they were doing a bit. We were kind of like, anyway. And no, she just come up to everyone. If it was a bit, it was a lame bit. Anyway, I can talk about this in a little bit. I've got to go now and have a wash. And then prep up the stream over on Twitch. I will be streaming at least until noon. And then I will hit the BRB button. And you'll still see me in the chat for a little bit. I'm going to go up. I'm going to get the... I'm going to drop off my bottles. I'm going to pick up my... I'll be quick as possible. And then I'll go up to the shop, get my money out. And then I'll pick up my... I'll pick up a few basics and some booze. Then we'll come back here. I'll come back here and... I guess we'll play the rest of it by ear. So thanks everyone for showing up. It was a very chill evening. Of course, we got more to do, but I really don't have time to tell the shit that everyone already knows. So all I will say is, if you enjoyed the stream, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Check out Twitch, because I'm going to be over there in a few minutes, no more than, say, 20. I'm going to check out Discord and Twitter. And if you want to help out, we got a stream goal and give them greatly appreciated. Yeah, I'll be back in